Hello, everybody. Can everybody hear me okay? How are we all doing? Let me drop my link. One second. I just want to drop my link. How are all my friends doing today? Can you guys hear me okay? Hold on. I know I said I wasn't going to go until 2, but I just decided to come a little early, but I'll just wait for people to come on. Just have a few things I need to talk about. 1 minute. I need to drop my link so people can join. Hold on one second. Is that better, guys? Can you hear me now? Hi, Glowbug. Can you hear me okay? For some reason, I had to restart my phone. Hi, Richie. Oh my gosh, thank you for joining me. How are you? Here, do you guys need me to drop my link again? I did start slightly early, Wheelby. Oh, yes. Good idea, Richie. Thank you. Can you... Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me now? I was muted. Hope y'all are doing well today. I can't believe I'm up this early, to be honest. Yeah, we'll be if you want to. And summer, too. Oh, good. I'm so glad, guys. If you want to come up, give me a... I think I dropped my link. Tell me if it was the right one. Summer, I definitely want to know what you think. I know that you probably... I don't know. I could be wrong. Experience some of the same things I do, but I just want to know if I'm the only one or what. Did I drop the right link, guys? Oh, nice. Okay, yes, Summer. We'll be right here. Wheelby, did you get my link? It's been good so far. I'm up before 2, so I actually went and had lunch and went to Walgreens, and so I am definitely ahead of my game. Thank you, Glowbug. Glowbug, you can come up too. I want to know what y'all think. And then I have some things I'm going to share. I hope you guys are all on board for it. I'm sure you will be. Let me be right back, guys. One moment. Okay, I'm back. Oh my, Wheelby, that sounds amazing. I went and had pizza because I've been craving pizza, so. Can y'all hear me okay? I do like their baby back ribs, Riddler. Wheelby, you should come up if you can. Can you hear me? I had to get my water. Oh, nice, Glowbug. Wheelby, can you hear me? Oh, good. Okay. So I know people can hear me. I've just been this week, I don't know if I just don't know if it was just a bad week for me or what. I had a friend have an unfortunate event, and actually he had a couple of unfortunate events. One included himself, one included his dog. And then I think it might have been last week, I revisited a case, and I had heard it before, and I've heard 100 other, 1,000 others, not a big deal. But for some reason, I watched like the ABC documentary on it, and it hit me different. And it was the case of Sierra Joggin. I guess I just don't understand random, like, crimes of opportunity. Like, what are these people, like, what is the headspace of these people? Like, where are their heads? Like, and do they, did that guy really think he, what was his name? I don't even know what his name is, because I don't pay attention to them. I don't want to give them no attention. You know what I mean? I want to, get justice for the victims. Like, but it's like, what are these people thinking? Wheelby, maybe try to come up. Oh, he can't hear me. Oh my gosh. But anyways, like, where, like, I just don't understand. I just don't understand. Make it make sense. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here. Like, Good, Richie. Richie, do you want to come up? I don't know. I mean, I never usually think about, I've seen and heard so many cases. It's kind of like I'm almost, I don't know if you guys get like, um, sometimes it's like I wonder if like we get desensitized, but then I don't know, one case will just like bring you back to, oh, Richie's driving. Okay. But like that one case will just like bring you back. You know what I mean? Like when you revisit it, it just hits you different. I don't know. I just wanted to know what you guys thought. I've also, it's always been like in the back of my head, and Wheelby and I have talked about it. I kind of want to know what you guys think too. I know I can do what I want, and I'm a big girl, but um, I've mentioned it a couple times this week. I've um been looking into LGBT true crime, and it could be a whole nother genre. Like, it could be a genre in itself. And, you know, um, I don't know if more awareness, needs to be, but, crime against LGBT people is very high as well. Um, I, obviously, one of the first things I think of is the Pulse nightclub. That's a little different than, I mean, that's actually, it's not different, but it's a mass instead of just a one. But, and then also, like, I remember, like, I don't know if it was like 2019, 2020, 2021, somewhere around there, like, the trans black people were being targeted. And, oh, hold on one second. Hold on, Wheelby. Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what to do. Hold on. I'll get there. Ah! That's not what I want. Hi, Vapor. Oh, no. Hmm. Um, hold on. Can you guys hear me? I put the link at the top. Oh, is this a new? No. I just. Can you guys see the pinned message? I'm looking for my StreamYard link. Hold on. Okay, now. That's private chat, though. Why can't I make a comment? On my own darn. Yeah, we are. Like the guests, invite guests. And then, so you invite guests and then copy the link. And then Do I have a roommate home?
Oh, I thought I heard something. I was like, the TV's not on. I didn't see your car in the parking lot.
It's over by the trash can.
Oh, that's why. How's it going?
Good. I'm trying to figure my life stuff out.
Yeah, it's never fun.
Having slight technical difficulties. Hey, can you come help me? How do you right click and paste?
Command C, and then Command V.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think that's all you do.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nah. Can you guys hear me? Summer says hi, roommate.
Hi, Summer.
Yay! Look at all my guests popping up. We'll be add to stage.
Hello?
Hello, Wheelby. Can you hear me?
Excuse me? Who else is coming up?
Are we good? I think Summer's going to here in a second.
Good. I'm tired. I just eat some ribs, man. I haven't slept.
I know that's what you said. What happened?
Sometimes she gets up when I get her breakfast in the morning. Her hair catches on fire and she's rambling and ready to rock and roll.
Oh, your mom?
Yeah.
Oh.
And it's a good thing. I mean, she.
Vapor, are we good now?
Summer said the sound's good. Vapor said yes.
Good. I thought you worked till 6:30, David. Oh, yeah, you're fine, Summer.
Cold. It was cold here today.
I don't think it's too. I mean, I didn't wear my jacket out. I was a little chilly, but not terrible.
It's 45 degrees right now.
I don't know.
No, it's not. It's showing Pennsylvania. What the hell?
You're in South Carolina, right?
North Carolina.
North Carolina.
It's 52, actually. I don't know why it showed Pennsylvania.
Are you in a big place in North Carolina, or are you?
I am right in between. It's called the Piedmont Triad. So it's between Winston-Salem, Greensboro, High Point.
Kind of in the middle of all of it?
It encompasses all those places, but it's basically kind of the center of North Carolina.
Okay.
I can go 2 hours and be in the mountains, and I can go about 4 and be at
in the city.
I can go 10 or 15 minutes and be in Winston, Greensboro,
Okay.
or and none of them are really big cities, though. I think Winston's probably got, I don't know, 300,000, maybe 500,000. I don't know, but
I have a friend that I think. Well, she lived in Minneapolis, but I think she moved to Ohio now. But she's originally from North Carolina.
yeah, it's cold.
And then
here.
one of my best friends is from West Virginia, but he just moved back. But he's like on the border of Virginia and West Virginia.
Yeah.
He's not very far from DC, I don't think.
Okay.
But yeah, he moved back there, so I might go see him someday. But
West Virginia's really pretty, but it's
I would like to go to Winston-Salem just to see the campus.
yeah, you know, this is
But I'd
really
like to go
back.
see. I'd like to go. I'd like to go see all those campuses though: North Carolina, Duke, Wake Forest.
That's right. We're about an hour and a half.
Yeah, my sister's a
Carolina,
huge.
Duke, Carolina, within like 10 miles, 12
Yeah,
miles.
my sister's a huge Duke fan.
My sister went to Duke, and so did her husband. So did my
She told.
niece.
She keeps telling my niece she can do anything she wants and go anywhere she wants as long as it's Duke.
Yeah, Duke is a real good school.
Yeah. And as much as I don't like North Carolina in basketball, the greatest of all time came from there, so I can't
Yeah,
hate
I
it.
was on Purdy Street in a bar. It's or on in a bar called Purdy's on I can't think of the street in Carolina when Jordan shot the winning shot in the NCAA, and we painted the streets Carolina blue.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
And they told everybody, do not park your cars. I can't think of that street. I know it. I mean, well, they told people, do not park your cars
I know, right?
in downtown. You know, if we win, it's gonna.
It's Franklin Street.
Yeah, Franklin. I couldn't think of it. The bar was Purdy's, but anyway, they told them not to, and there were like two, and both of them got turned over. And they had paint. And they literally had 5-gallon buckets of paint, and they poured it out, and it was a mess. University of North Carolina is the first state university in the United States, I think.
I just want to bring something up quick, because I can't remember this. Yeah, that's who it was. His name was Landy Martinez, the kid I watched the case on the other day.
Yeah, I pulled it up something yesterday, and I didn't do. I mean, I did very little, but I pulled it a little up. What was that? I don't remember exactly. How far back was that? Like
I want to say 2011.
11.
Let me look.
Yeah.
2011.
Yeah, December 21, 2011. Because I put Lindy at first.
Yeah.
Yesterday, and it threw me off. There was actually a Lindy Martinez or something that happened to.
Well, and then I think the other one that I watched was this. I think her last name was Martinez too. Felicia, the one in Colorado. The disabled lady.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with it, but yeah, I'm just looking at that right now, or some of the articles.
Summer's trying to come up.
Yeah, and from what I read yesterday, did they think one of the ex-boyfriend or girl, I can't remember.
Landy? Yeah. It's rather awful.
What little I read, yeah.
I mean, they're all awful.
We were talking last night, and I was telling you just the pure evil everywhere and hate. It's every day.
Well, I mean, yeah, you do have to kind of dig for the positives, but if you dig deep enough, I think you can find it. Just surround yourself with positive people, and you know.
Oh yeah,
Not
but
gonna-
you know, and plus we're into true crime, so
yeah. I mean, it's not like I don't like need a break from it, but when I watched Sierra's case last week, it just kind of hit me different.
it seems like we're kind of, I don't know, we're not really at a standstill. There are a lot of cases that things are happening, but it's like I'm not motivated to really. I don't, you know what I mean? I'm ready for something new or a trial or
I want
something.
I just want the BK trial to get going. Like, it's time.
Yeah, and I don't think it's going to get going. I was hoping it might get going. You know, thinking maybe
Well, I don't know what the
the end
hold
of
up.
this school year next year and possibly start after that. And something tells me that when they get this IgG ancestry DNA, uh, the notes and what have you, something tells me they're going to go back and forth and file motion after motion.
Well, you know, hold on one second.
It's blocked my mic and camera. I don't know. Somehow my camera and mic is disabled. BRB. Let me fix that real quick. What's BRB?
I don't know, Summer.
BRB, I'm thinking.
Yeah. Try that, Summer.
We were having problems when Avery came up last night. All of a sudden,
Were you?
we were all echoing. And we couldn't make any sense out of it. I don't know. Seems like every time you do it, something.
It's technology.
Yeah, you're connecting a whole lot of people with a lot of different hardware to a couple programs. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's they don't always plug in together. I should have muted. I took a sip of my drink. Did y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Was it bad or anything? I mean, I tried to do it tastefully, respectfully, and I really wanted to just gulp it. I need to go check and see if my air ups are here. The little things, the bottle with the thing that make you put it on water. You put water in it, but it's got these smell things, and it makes your water taste like you're drinking a flavored water. Now I'm getting. I heard my voice.
Hold on one second.
Just for a second, I thought I heard it. Maybe your buddy's there. Could have been him. I don't know. Vapor's back, I think. right, I'm gonna mute because I'm getting ready to drink some of this drink. That's all there is to it. Whoa. That was good. Now, when I'm in stream, like I'm in StreamYard right now, and I don't see the chat or the comments or private chat, and mine when I got on the other day, that little live I did, well, I don't know how long we were there, but I had the same problems, and I think we think it happened because I went into YouTube first, and then I brought StreamYard up, and Vapor did it the opposite. He brought StreamYard up and then went and brought YouTube after, and didn't have that problem. How did you do it, JC?
I think I did. I don't know. I honestly don't know.
I'm just wondering because if you did it like me, then I might be correct in thinking that's why it did it that
I want
way.
to say I brought YouTube up and then StreamYard.
That's what I did. And if you're on the StreamYard page, and I don't know if you can do it right now, I don't see comments, or I see the box, but I don't see where it says private chat or comments. What do you see?
I have to go to more to go to private chat and comments. Oh, post a comment. Oh my gosh. That's where that is. That's why I couldn't type. Oh my gosh. Wow.
Is Vapor trying to come up?
I don't know.
I don't know. Or somewhere.
Summer said she was going to try again too.
I'm on the go to Discord. Is anybody talking or message Avery or anything?
I don't think Avery's in here.
She's not. I'm saying, is anybody? I'm just gonna message her. Let her know we're here.
I don't know. I was just wondering if everybody else has the same feelings that I do about sometimes things can hit you a little different.
Sure, we're all different.
You know, like, I mean, you can like hear a case and then you go back to it and like, I don't know. It just, this week.
Vapor did that with Kylie Rodney the other night when he started telling us all the things he was aware of, and it kind of blew me away because that was kind of my first thing and first case, and I just kind of went along with it. It was an accident, and in Scarlett's one night they were got at the end, or so I don't know what happened, but they were talking about what people thought, and most people know there's something going. They didn't do that right, so it kind of blew me away. And then after Vapor went over all the stuff he was aware of, and
Yeah, I
man,
found that case bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
But Debbie Collier's case was the most bizarre to me. I mean, they just closed that and said it was a self-unaliving, and I'm like, are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
And,
Well, just like my professor guy.
Well, we they were kind of alike in a way.
Yeah. but I don't know. I, went back and remembered some of my very first cases that I listened to just on True Crime Daily before I even found a YouTuber. You know what I mean? Um, I re-listened to Sean Arthur. Didn't realize that happened in. Well, he's from Missouri or somewhere, I think. But um, I listened to him. I listened to his case. Um, and then I don't know if you guys listened to John Lorden of Lorden Arts, but
I,
he's
I
the
had
one.
that with Chance, I believe.
Yeah, he did one on Chance. He's also the one that did this Felicia Martinez one.
Yeah,
And
he was good, and uh, it didn't seem like it's like he did one good video. What I can remember, he didn't do like 100 videos on one thing. He just with Chance, like he had one really good video. I
yeah.
I found a true crime channel last night. You know how sometimes a creator will have when you hit channels, they'll have their channels that they
Let me
corroborate with. But I found one last night that literally has almost
hold
every
on,
true crime
Summer.
channel you can think of. And that it was kind of neat because you know how sometimes you'll think, oh, remember that channel? Blah, you can't figure out which one it was. You have to think for a while before you'll remember which one you're trying to think about. But he or she, I don't even remember who it was. I think they had almost all of them, big, small, in between, crazy, not crazy. Uh, but I was gonna pull it up so like when I'm want to go to some channel that I can't think of, but I know that I know, go into his channels thing and look. Did anything happen today with Delphi or Idaho or Maya? I did hear something about Maya. Seems like every time you hear something, the number, how much they're going to get changes. And today it actually jumped up. Uh, I thought it was like 225 million today. I heard a number like, and by the time they do
There you
this,
go, Summer.
180 million. And that's the first I'd heard that. I thought it was 225. My cam and mic are both enabled. I, well,
There
there
we
you go.
go.
She made it.
Hold on.
And see, I don't see the guests. Like they're probably on your StreamYard bottom, I'm sure.
Try it again, Summer.
But I don't see them on the bottom of my StreamYard. Where'd Riddler go? He leave?
He said he wanted to get some snacks.
Yeah. He's got him. He's got the same situation I do. He's got an older mom, and actually, I think they're about the same age. And sometimes he has to jump up, show him something. So, JC, are you using a computer?
A laptop
Yeah.
and my phone.
Okay. So you got a phone, laptop. So I'm trying to think. You use one to look at chat.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? while we're kind of waiting on something, I might try something here. I'm gonna grab my iPad.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab my iPad and just. I think it wouldn't charge the
Oh,
other day.
okay.
And it's just 2 foot from
Add
me,
to
but I'm
stage.
just gonna
Okay,
make
there
rack
you are,
it.
Summer.
There's.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yes.
tell them what
Okay.
I'm doing.
How are you?
I'm good. I
Good.
got off work early, thank God. And I was trying to come up here and I had to get a new phone, so I had to go in through my Safari and enable my mic and camera.
Oh,
So
okay. Well, I'm
I
glad
was
we
like,
figured it out.
I know, I was like, I don't know how to do this. But I guess I
Right.
figured it out.
Right. How was work?
It was an easy day. I got
Good.
off early, thank God.
Good, good. You do hair, right?
Uh-huh.
You do. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I have a question specifically for you. Do you work with a lot of LGBT people?
I used to.
You used to?
Uh-huh. There was a guy, he was a gay guy, and when I first started doing hair, um
Mm-hmm.
a friend of mine, like when I first graduated hair school, I was like, I don't know where to work, I don't know where to go. And a friend of mine was like, you need to go to this salon and find a guy named David. And I was like, okay. She's like, he's the best. And I went and
David
ended up
was
getting,
there.
David was there, and I ended up getting a job there, and I stayed there probably 8 years, and we were like the best of friends. He was
Best friends,
amazing.
yeah.
Yes. And he had his partner Frank, like me and Frank loved, like, we were all about shopping. David's like, ugh. Like, he would go, but and Frank, it was just the best. Like, his partner Frank, he would decorate my apartment. He was just like all the
Oh my
things. He
god.
was the best. And then my mom was like, I need Frank to come decorate my house. And I was like, do not take it, Frank.
Yes. I
But
have
yeah.
I was just like, okay. So, and I have kind of touched, I don't know if I've touched on this before, but I just have a lot of friends that a lot of my guy friends do hair.
Mm-hmm.
And I was
I've actually worked with two gay guys that do hair.
what?
I've actually worked with two guys that were gay.
That did hair.
They did hair. Uh-huh.
I have so many friends that do hair, but I have so many gay friends too. But and one of them, oh my gosh, the one that I went to because he was one of my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I had a accident in 2020. So what happened was my friends took me down the river tubing. Okay, like tubing down the river, like inner tubing down the river.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't had sun exposure for years. And I sat in the tube for 6-7 hours straight with no sunscreen on.
Oh yeah. You
I
got
mean,
burnt.
I can show you pictures. I got like second degree burns.
You were a lobster.
Oh yeah. Because that
And
sun reflects on the water and it'll fry you
yeah,
up.
and I had like boils, okay,
Mm.
and big ones, and I still have scars from them to this day. I was laid up for a month over it. I had to sleep
Oh my
naked.
God.
Yeah, I had to sleep naked for like 2 weeks. I had to sleep naked for like a week. I couldn't shower for like 2 weeks.
I'm
Oh my
not
God.
laughing.
I
Um,
cannot imagine, because I've had slight sunburn and it was so
oh,
uncomfortable. I
you just
could
wait until
not
I send you the pictures. The pictures are
imagine.
gross.
I'll get
Oh
ready
my
Um,
with some
God.
and
brown
then
dark.
and so I couldn't shower for a while. So it was hard for me to even shower.
Oh yeah.
So therefore, I couldn't really wash my hair. And so, as you can imagine, one thing led to another. And I just kept redoing my ponytail, Summer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just kept redoing my ponytail. And it became one big bird's nest.
Come on, get out
Oh
of here.
yeah.
And it took my hairstylist, my friend, 5 hours. Like, we had to do it in 2 sessions. He
Wow.
he worked on it once for like 2.5 to 3 hours with the help of like
Mm-hmm.
2 other people, and then I had to go in like 3 or 4 days later, and you worked
Yeah.
another like 2 hours with another like 2 or 3 people.
I've had to do that with someone before. I mean,
Oh.
I don't know what the heck happened to this girl. She said
And
she
like
got in a fight, but I thought there's no way. There's no way you
and
got in
like
a fight.
yeah, no, you did more than get in a fight, girl.
Yeah.
Um but so and someone asked him, they're like, how do you take out these, like the little gnats that get in?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, you just take them out. And so I lost quite a bit of length, a lot of length and a lot of density. And my hair really hasn't ever like recovered from the density of it. I mean, it's grown out, but it hasn't grown as thick as it was.
Have you ever tried the not the capsule, but the powder collagen? You can get it like on Amazon. It's
Uh-uh.
take whoops, it's tasteless.
Mm-hmm.
It really does work, and
Does it?
then I'm embarrassed to say this because knew nothing about this. I've had several clients, and I'm like, "What are you doing to your hair? Because it just feels thicker and healthier. And what
What
are
are
you
you
doing?"
doing?
And all three of them are like collagen, and I was like,
Collagen.
and by the third one, I was like, "If you tell me you're doing collagen, I'm done because your hair." She's like, "Yep," and I was
Yeah.
like,
Yep.
"Why did I know this? I should be embarrassed,
Right.
but
Um, but yeah,
they get it."
one thing led to another to my hair emergency. My sunburn led to my hair emergency.
Oh, I can. Oh my god, I can imagine.
Yeah, it was an experience.
I
Uh,
bet.
were you? I'm
I
just saying,
bet.
were you drinking or having a good time? And like
But when you
the
go on
reason
those
I say,
rivers, it's forever. Like you just
yeah, but I'm
you just
Yeah,
saying
float
I
forever.
just sat in the
it,
tube for
it's
like
like it snuck
7
up on you and you
hours.
weren't paying attention. Because I mean,
Uh-huh.
it
Well, I
sounds
mean,
as
they
bad
have.
as you got burnt. Somebody should have said, "Hey, you might ought to."
Yeah, they tried to ask me about 3 times if I wanted some sunscreen, and I said no every time.
There's a place like that. Will be in
We've got them
near
all over here.
Asheville.
I'll tell you a story about that. There's a place called New River. So me
Yeah,
and a
that's what I'm talking
buddy,
about.
and you can buy a book like at the camping outdoor hiking store up at the mall. And the book will say, okay, if you let off at point A in Bladesboro, and that's not a town, I just made it up, and you go down to Homerville, it's about a nice little 6 hour trip, and you can stop and here and blah, 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 and all that. Okay, we go up there and we rent canoes. And you can do interviews as well. The book's telling us all this. We got it all planned out.
Is this in Asheville?
It's actually, it's not. It's like kind of on the Virginia, North Carolina state line. So we get up there. What we didn't realize, it had not rained, and the water level of the river was down about 8 inches. Now that does not sound like a lot,
But
but
it is.
when the deepest part of the river might be 5 foot in just a few places, and a lot of places it's just 18 inches of water.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got these canoes. We canoed a while, and then damn, there ain't no water. We would pick those damn canoes up and carry them. I swear to God, 5 football fields,
Yeah.
and then we'd be. I mean, and through rocks, and I mean through the river, but no water.
Yeah, the day we went, I mean, everything was fine. I just didn't use any sunscreen.
Yeah, but anyway, the 6 hour trip that the damn book told us about, it didn't have any asterisks that said if the water's low, 6 hours is not applicable or does not apply. It might be 12 because
Yeah, if
that's
the
what it
water's
ended up
low.
taking. And man, I fell and I got one of them Popeye bruises on my shin. I mean, I hit it. It hurt so bad, and it popped up. It looked like I had a baseball. At the end of the
Brandon,
day, that girl, that was first date we'd really been on. I mean, it was just a miserable. And if
yeah,
something else happened, I'm not going to say here. My wallet fell out, and besides money, there were other things in there. And when it fell out, I was holding the canoe like down this little waterfall like thing, and in the cooler that it was in, I swear, as the water come in the canoe, you could see the lid just start to open on its own. And as the lid opened on its own, I'm holding it, I can't get it. The wallet just floats up to the top. this was the only area of the river that had some water. And as it floated up the top, I'm looking down at it, and it starts floating down the river with about probably $1,000 in it.
Oh my gosh.
I cussed I cussed all the way home. I was so mad. I had that. It was miserable on about 5 different levels.
Yeah. Yeah, the day we went, it was pretty nice out. I didn't feel it until the next day. It was pretty
Oh,
bad.
the next day is always the worst. I cannot imagine. Oh my God. Did you have to get to a burn center?
So like 5 or 6 days later, maybe a week later, Brandon came over, and I was gonna finish saying this. My friend came over, and he ended up popping them for me.
Oh my God.
He was going to take me to the ER, but we called our nurse friend, and she said the only thing the ER is going to do is pop it. So he had to like come over and like help me, he had to like help me go to the bathroom, and like it was so awful.
Uh,
I
So
can't even imagine that. Oh my
that,
so
God.
that,
he
and it,
yeah,
that had to be
I'll
hurt.
like I will I'll like I'll show people, I'll show like grown men my pictures, and they're like disgusted. Like they're just like, that's the worst thing I've ever freaking seen.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, like, are you like, I have scars where it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I have scars where it happened, and like where my like what do I want to say? Like my scabs were, my hair doesn't really grow anymore a lot. But he was going to take me to the ER. Our nurse friend said the only thing they're going to do is pop it. So he sterilized a needle, popped them for me, and the pressure was gone, and it felt so much better. And then they, scabbed over and stuff, and it was pretty gross for a while. But he said that if I wasn't healed up and doing like, because he was going to take me home for the 4th of July, and he said if I wasn't healed up by in a month, because it happened on June 1st, and we were going to go back home for and we were going to go home for the 4th of July, and he said, if you're not healed up by then, you can't go with me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'll send you the pictures in Discord.
Okay.
My grandfather used to, when he'd go to the beach, we had a place, Surfside Beach, and he would get a little burnt first day, but he would go and they would give him an alcohol bath, like rubbing alcohol.
Yeah. Oh yeah. The boys brought me over.
He didn't
No,
get
I was
burnt,
on.
but that was what they would do. Kind
They
of like
brought me
it,
over.
first day.
They brought me over aloe, obviously. So I put a ton of aloe on it. I put a ton of aloe on. He gave me 800 milligram ibuprofens to take.
Well, hell, they might as well just not give you
it. I took a couple of those a day.
The best thing for a sunburn, God forbid you ever have that again, but if you even just a little sunburn, Noxzema is the best thing for a sunburn.
Mm-hmm. When everything got down to where I could put lotion on it, I did put I do like Noxzema, but I also got Jergens heavy moisturizer or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I still have it. That was 3 years ago. But yeah, it was pretty awful. But yeah, so my sunburn led to my hair emergency, and yeah. Okay, so also I was going to talk to you. Do you, because I was, talking to Wheelby about this last night, but so he said that he doesn't think that a lot of people cover like LGBT true crime.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was thinking about on my channel, like every other one day of the week, doing a highlight of an LGBT true crime.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I
like
think she could
I think that's a great
a
idea.
channel like that bigger than all these other channels.
And
I think that'd be
that is
great.
something that I would be super passionate about because, girl, like I say, the LGBT true crime could be a genre in itself. I mean, if you have any
think
gay friends, you
exactly,
know
and I think
this.
you could grow it a
Yeah.
lot easier than you could just a normal, regular true crime channel out here amongst all this other craziness. That would really kind of identify itself in a little separate place.
Yeah.
I actually had a client. Okay, so at the time he was a gay guy,
Mhm.
and I cut his hair, and he was also it's when Verizon Wireless, it was like, I think it was called Altel then or whatever.
Mhm.
And he worked there, and I was in that store all the time because I was all the time messing up something or whatever.
Mhm.
Or he was like, or like a new phone would come out. I was like, it's not time for me to get a new one, but I want a new one. So he would like make it happen. He'd be like, I'm about tired of seeing you coming. So he was really cool. So then I started doing his hair, like cutting his hair or whatever.
Mhm.
And then, gosh, I probably cut his hair 5 years. And
Mhm.
then he came in, he was like, because he had met someone and they from Asheville. This is when I was in
Mhm.
North Carolina because I'm from North Carolina.
Okay.
Um,
And where are you now?
South Carolina, Charleston.
South Carolina. Okay.
Charleston.
Mhm.
I'll tell
Charleston.
you about Charleston.
Charleston.
Ooh,
Um,
you're in Charleston?
uh-huh.
Oh, nice. That's the capital, right?
It's
No, Columbia.
Columbia's the capital.
Oh no,
It's
I'm thinking of Charleston,
That's where they started off the
West
Civil War.
Virginia, right?
Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
I'm right downtown Charleston, and literally where they started the Civil War is like I can see it from my window.
yeah.
It's
Really?
right
Something.
there
What
at
is it?
Fort Sumner.
Something. Yeah.
Fort
Okay, so
Sumner.
I was thinking of Charleston, West Virginia, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's because that's the capital.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're in Charleston,
South Carolina.
South
Hey,
Carolina.
didn't they find
Okay.
like a Civil War submarine several years back in Charleston and in one of the
Uh-huh. And yep, right at the harbor. Yep.
yeah, I remember that.
Is
'Cause
your picture,
I love underwater recovery stuff like that.
Summer? Is your
Archaeology.
picture of of you in a wedding dress?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that
Oh my
looks
gosh,
gorgeous,
that
girl.
is beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyway, you were talking about your friend.
Okay, so he came in for his appointment one day and he was like, because I knew he had met a guy, and he was in Asheville, and I at that time I was working like at like Eastern North Carolina, so it's probably, I don't know, oh goodness, probably 3 4 hours. And so
Okay.
um so he's like, I'm moving, and I was like, no, and I was like, what about my cell phone? Like we were just joking, um,
Right.
but his sister was a massage therapist at the salon that I was working at the time. And
Okay.
I was just outside one day, and she was outside, and she was like, hey, and his name was Jesse. And um, she's like, have you been keeping up with Jesse on Facebook? And I was like, girl, I don't ever get on Facebook. I was like, every now and then I was like, wow, what's going on? And she's like, and she said something, and I was just so ignorant to I didn't I can't remember what she said. Like, I can't remember the word she used. She said he was becoming transgender, but she said transitioning, and I didn't.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, okay. And I'm thinking, I'm an idiot. What the hell? And I didn't want to be like, huh? So then I had to
Right.
Google it. I was like, oh shit. So I was like,
Right.
I didn't know this. But like, so then I was like, well, let me get on Facebook, just being nosy. And then like
Mhm.
he would like, well, she would like, I mean, then she kept her name Jessie. And I mean, she had the full surgery.
Mhm.
But like right now, it's just because I still talk to his sister, and I talked to both of
Mhm.
them, but like just she's very very depressed, and I don't like ask questions to her or whatever, but I can just, I don't know, it's just, I
Right.
don't
You
know.
can see it, or you know.
Yep. And whenever before he transitioned or whatever, and I would cut his hair, like we would just talk, and we become good friends. And he would just say, he was like, I have begged, because he's like, I grew up Catholic, and that was frowned upon, and blah 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 blah. And he was like, I knew as a little boy, he said I would lay in my room and cry and pray to God why he said he said I knew it as a little boy at 9 years old. He said I knew I was gay.
Hmm.
And I was comfortable enough around him to ask questions. And I was like, well,
Right.
how did you know? Like what da, 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 at 9? And he was like, I don't know, I just did. And he's like, but Summer, I swear to God, he said, I can't tell you how many times that I cried and laid on my knees and prayed that God would change me, like to change me not to be gay. And I'm like, well, maybe I didn't have the answers and I was just there to listen, but
JC,
Hmm.
Lady V asked if you
Oh,
could
Lady
mod
V,
her.
hello.
She asked if you could mod her.
oh, hey, Lady V.
I
In
don't
case
know.
anybody pops in here, and I mean, we don't have them now, but it would be, you probably need to get somebody.
I know how
Yeah.
to do that. I think you tap on their name
Okay.
and hold it down and it'll say mod. I, I think that's right.
Yeah, then it'll say main moderator or
Yeah,
major
managing.
moderator, whatever.
But I think if you click on
Yeah,
her name
she's
and kind
going
of
through, Lady
press it
V.
down.
Um.
Vapor got missing. I wonder what's up with him.
I don't want to ban.
It should say, well, Lady V or will be or
Just
Vapor
go
can
to
probably
the
too.
actually go to the YouTube page.
Oh
Okay.
yeah, and yeah, you got to do
Yeah,
it in
and
YouTube.
just
Oh,
left
do it
click
in
on your
YouTube. Okay,
mouse
there's
and
Summer.
yeah,
Add as a
left click
moderator.
over Lady V's name in the chat, one of her chats,
And you can add her like as a managing mod.
and it'll pop up the box.
Yep, I see it. I see it. Standard
It'll,
moderator or managing moderator.
well, we might want her at an entry level position. Nah,
No, make her managing mod.
she might be.
I don't know which
entry
one
level.
it is.
A
Okay.
managing.
So Summer, what do you want to be? A standard
Oh, I don't care.
or a manager? Do you care?
I
don't
want
care.
to be the damn boss now.
Okay.
I don't want to be
A
a moderator.
managing mod. All it
I
is
got
a
mentioned a
managing
few
mod
places I
can
have
like
never
if
done
another.
anything.
Because, like, if you're just a standard mod, you can't, like, not that we would ever do it, but like a managing mod, like, if I were to say something inappropriate or like whatever, the managing mod could delete my
Yeah.
comment.
Oh
They
yeah,
can
that's what I want.
overrule all
Yep.
other.
All right, you guys are on. Lady
Lady
V
V, hold
and
up your
Summer are
right hand.
managers.
You'll need
Lady V and Summer are
you swear
managers.
to moderate at the highest, most respectful level. If you hit people in the head with their wrench,
Well, that's
they
kind
do
of
not
cool.
behave.
Hi, Glowbug.
I got a question.
Mhm.
Like if when I type in at and then somebody, when somebody has these like symbols or whatever the heck they are, like glow bug, what do you do?
You got to click on, you got
They're
to find the emoji.
emojis.
I know, but
You got to, what are you on, a computer, a phone, a tablet?
I'm on a computer and I mean.
So just click on the little smiley faces or the little faces.
Yeah, I know,
and then,
but I can't find them.
well, you got to go and find the little glow worm.
Yeah.
I swear to God, I looked at her. I'm gonna
Well,
look. I'm just
Glowbug's
gonna
not
look. 'Cause
changing her name.
I don't like with her, and there's a few others.
Like this.
It's actually a glowworm. Oh, glowbug, don't you know shit? Oh my God.
Like this.
No emoji found.
Glowbug.
Yes, there is.
Glowbug, that's why I don't type your proper glowbug name.
Well, you better find the bug, because I can do it.
I just typed it in and said no. Hold on. No emoji found. Now I just got glow and I got like a star with a something. And
Glowbug says type in worm.
that might be it. I mean, I don't know. I just asked because it's just one of those things I have. Oh, that's like looks like a bunch of gummy bears.
Oh
Here,
my God! See,
I'll
like
show
that.
you what worms look like.
Good Lord.
Glowbug. Summer.
This is what the worms are. They look like gummy bears.
No.
But yeah, Summer. So do you think that would be a good idea if I like highlighted like an LGBT true crime
Yes,
case?
I do.
Okay, good.
I have never, because I watch a lot of the same true crime channels you do, like,
Annie, Christina, and
all of them,
Kendall.
and I have never, and even like the smaller channels that we all go to, never have I ever heard anybody cover a case?
Um,
in that-
And
so
not just true crime, JC.
So-
Have streams where you educate people about what all's going
oh
on.
yeah,
There's
I
a
would
lot of just like me. I mean, and
I
I
would
still haven't
definitely-
educated myself. There's a lot of people that just don't understand, don't know, and they don't want to be ugly or anything. They,
well,
and
like
you may
you guys,
not bring everybody to the same place, but
They don't
You
want to
know,
like
like-
be
like-
offensive, but you have
Exactly.
questions, but you don't know how to ask. But
yeah,
that's why
and
with Jesse, like I could ask because I'm like I don't
I had
understand.
like, okay, so the way I have went about it is like I didn't just like start asking my friends like everything, like right off the bat. Like I'm not like, hey, like all the, but I also didn't really talk to my friends about it because I don't really care if my friends are male, female, or whatever. They ain't hurting me. So, like I just like I actually just started to like them as people. Like I don't really look at gender, I guess. And I wasn't looking for a boyfriend, obviously, because I was going to all these I only go to the gay bars. Like if I'm
Mhm.
looking for a boyfriend, I'm looking in all the wrong places. You know what I mean?
you never
Right.
know that. You never
And-
know when some straight guy may come in there one night and be just like
Well,
you.
yeah, like I
Bam,
mean, a gay
next thing
guy
you know,
can
you're
go into a
married,
straight,
1
a
year
gay guy
divorced
can go
next.
into a regular bar, or a straight guy can go into a gay bar. Like you never know who you're gonna find. But I mean, I'm not. If I'm looking for, a boyfriend, a gay bar is not exactly the best place to go. But I'm not doing that. I was going for to hang out with my friends and to see their entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, so. But like, I didn't even really talk to my friends about like, like transgender people or anything. I just talked to them as people. I didn't really ask them a lot about their, I don't really ask them about their, transgender life or, like that part of their life. They have basically opened up to me and, been in, we've been in the same like conversation and, and I've been in the conversation with them and that's how I learned, or I've just took it upon myself to educate myself and like research it myself.
Right.
It's and
I put
I
something
mean-
in the back chat for you too.
mhm.
Like I say, I think the stream's just in educating and people asking questions.
Oh yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
and true crime too. But I think you might be surprised what you can do.
Will be. Why have you got alligators beside?
I
a
went down
lizard.
till I seen something green and looked close. That's as
Oh
close as
my
I can get.
god!
I swear, I'll look some more. But I do. There's like
It's a
about
damn
half a
lizard.
dozen people with the names like this. And
Will be is so damn smart, baby.
I don't have them. I'm telling you.
Oh my
I mean,
god!
I guess on a phone,
I'm done.
Oh,
you might have other stuff that you don't
Like-
have on this. I don't know. I don't have them on my computer.
That's hilarious. I love it.
He
I
has done
love
put
it.
some lizard.
That's
Oh my
so bad.
lord!
I mean, like I say, there's about a half a dozen or more people. Glow bug, I can't think off my top of my head because when I run into them, I think, oh, here we got that name. But it's probably because, like I say, your phone must have the emojis that people are using or whatever.
Yeah, I definitely don't want any of that on my going on.
Yeah, that's good.
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, like I just basically have educated myself, but I have had a lot of people or not a lot, but I've had some people like ask me about stuff and I'm like and I've been the one to kind of talk to them about it and I'm not trans, I'm not gay, I'm not LGBT or T, but
Mhm.
I'm involved a lot with the community and that's how I went about it was I educated myself. I didn't,
Right.
and it's just hard to explain because I mean, we all know that the black trans women were severely targeted in like I think it was 2019 or 2020, but like all these like black trans women were just getting like killed, and it was just awful. And there was like I don't even know if there was like a lot of like like mainstream coverage media about it. But
Probably not. I don't even
then
watch the news.
what's that?
I said probably not. That's why I don't even watch the news.
Yeah, and then
I don't believe a thing they say about nothing.
yeah, and
They're
then
not going to cover that.
well, and then like the whole, during the whole Black Lives Matter thing, like Jussie Smollett, like that is what we did not need. You know what I mean? Like they just didn't need that. Like that, like I felt bad because I was like, oh my gosh, like he got attacked on the street, like all this stuff. And then they find out that he
lied. He said it
it.
all.
Like, and I'm like, what is wrong? Like you said, like what is wrong with people?
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
It's just crazy.
I don't.
Like,
People are.
the Black Lives Matter was going through a traumatic era anyways. Like, why make it worse?
He had been around too many public, what do they call them? Public relations type people in Hollywood that can manipulate stories and events.
Mhm.
And he
Oh my-
saw an opportunity, I think, to put
Ladies,
himself.
oh my God, Jesse, what a turd.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he
Yeah,
got
it was
it in his
bad.
head somehow or another. He would.
And you know what? Like, I don't know if that was before or after George Floyd, but I felt like that was kind of a slap in the face to George Floyd.
Everybody did.
Mhm.
I had it to respond to the George Floyd. Glowbug, what?
Wait, what?
You got to come up here, Glowbug. Nervous or not nervous? You just
Wait,
grab the
what? Oh
microphone.
no!
Come on up.
Wow. Yeah, Glowbug's a first responder.
Oh, Glowbug.
I didn't know that. Please come up.
Oh, Vapor. Vapor.
Vapor.
Vapors in the house.
Hi, Vapor.
I woke
Hey,
up this
guys.
morning. And I had a dream that I was at a damn construction site or something, and I was getting fired and telling my boss I was going to do this or that, and it was your ass talking about your job, and I was dreaming it
Oh my gosh.
Vapor,
because
my
I
buddy, made the
fell
cut.
asleep.
That's awesome.
And his brother did too, which his brother's one, and we're not going to talk about specific. His brother's won a tour event, but they're like one stroke apart. They might play together tomorrow.
That'd be cool.
Okay,
so last night, you remember we had the echo issue with Avery?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So after you end your live, StreamYard wants feedback on how everything went. So I told them we had echo issues. So they just wrote me back and they said, if she was on an Android, it's an issue between StreamYard and Android.
I got that. I got that message too.
If she had earplugs, would it have been?
Yeah, that's what they said. They said if they're on an Android and they're going through StreamYard, have them try earbuds.
Yeah, and she does have an Android.
Glowbug, I'll Discord you.
But I just want to let you know that. So if we have echo issues, first thing we need to ask them if they're on an Android, I suppose.
Are you on an Android?
No, I'm on my computer now, but I'm on an iPhone.
I thought I heard a little echo, but now you're okay.
Yeah, I've always had iPhone. I got an Android once, and I had to take it back.
I couldn't do it.
I can't work this shit.
I can't either.
I couldn't do it.
Why couldn't you do an Android?
I have to have. It's just what you're used to, I think. So everything I have is Apple.
Yeah.
I couldn't figure that shit out.
Everything I have is Apple also.
Yeah,
Summer,
I'm an Apple fan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once you get used to how everything works and all the shortcuts and all the stuff you can do, it's a pain in the ass to try to switch. And so
exactly.
I talked to Kara about what we were talking about, and she's looking into it.
Okay.
Yeah. Does she know when yet, Vapor?
About
when?
I pulled up some Instagram stuff and pictures today. I mean, I just looked at them, and, just thinking of different things.
Oh, she told me this morning that she would rather do it on Monday, the actual day.
Really? Monday night?
And that's probably good because that gives us an extra day.
What time?
Oh, I don't know yet. I'm gonna
I
ask
can
her.
do whatever because I'm off
I just
Mondays.
woke up and there was a text from her when I woke up, so I didn't want to
Oh.
bother her in the middle of the day. She was up at. I mean, when I went to bed last night at 3:30, she was still up. So I didn't want to. I didn't want to. I don't know when she texted me back because I didn't look at the time. I just saw the message, and I usually don't text her during the day because either she's working or she has stuff she's doing, and so I usually don't. She usually when we usually talk somewhere between 11:30 and 2 o'clock Pacific time, just because that's when she's up and can't go to sleep because everything's on her mind.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Me and JC got to DMing about 5 o'clock my time, 5:30 my time, and we must have done about what, a half hour? I don't know, 20 minutes.
What the fuck is wrong with this computer? Oh
I say
shit!
that every day, at least 500 times.
What?
The fuck is wrong with this computer? When I know exactly what the fuck's wrong with it, it's
Yeah, I
just,
know. It means, yeah, I knew
I'm
exactly what was
hoping it's
wrong with
gonna
it.
go away on its own, and
Pissing
it's
my ass
not.
off. Yeah, mine later's pissing me off.
Mine is good, other than that little HDMI thing in the back.
I need a new
Pull the
MacBook.
cord
Mine's
out
old.
sideways, and it's just kind of.
I need to get a computer too, like a new laptop, or I need a new. Well, I have an iPad, but it's not compatible. So I'm thinking about getting a new laptop. Ooh,
Yeah,
you know what?
I'm just
My grandma told me to get me something nice for Christmas, so
get a MacBook. I need
I
a new one.
know.
Mine's old.
MacBooks
getting-
and Macs cost as much as an engagement ring almost.
I know. I was looking. I said, excuse me. Why the hell? You can get a big ass TV. You can get 3 TVs for the price of a damn computer. It's ridiculous.
Mhm.
Right.
What are you talking about? A Mac?
Yeah, the iMac,
Yeah.
I
iMacs
got a
and
little
MacBook.
iPad.
Well, I just need a laptop or an iPad. I don't need a computer.
Second or third generation.
Yeah, I've
I
got a
don't-
third generation
I
iPad,
don't-
but now they're on like 8th generation or some shit, and
Yeah.
it
Yeah,
gets
Yeah.
to the-
I never even use my iPad. I don't even know
I
what the hell
can't
it
get
is.
over the damn putting.
I paid $120 for my iPad like 10 years
on
ago.
both sides of the page, or on both sides, and little fingers.
yeah.
Yeah,
Which I've
Vapor.
got a.
Vapor.
Yes.
You don't think it'll be early Monday though?
What's early? I'm talking Pacific time, probably. Since she's a night owl, I mean,
Yeah.
and I don't know how much she's gonna. Like I said, she said that Monday would be better for her, but that doesn't mean Monday, when Monday shows up, she's gonna be a fucking mess. You never know. She may not do
Right.
it at all, but
Yeah.
she
I
says
just have dinner plans with my friend at 5:30.
5:30.
Yeah,
But that's
my
two. Well, where are you? Colorado?
Nebraska Central.
Okay.
So I'm 2 hours ahead of you.
Yeah, so
Okay,
that's
so I'm
still 3:30 my time. I wasn't gonna do it till like 7 or 8
3, 4,
Pacific
6. So
time.
that's
Okay, cool.
3.
Yeah,
I'm
I'll be
kidding.
done with my
I
friend.
just know I'm 3 hours ahead of Vapor when he says he's
9
going
your
live.
time would be
That's
about
crazy.
right for us for summer now, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
9
Well,
his time.
when
we're we're 3
when-
hours ahead.
Yeah.
right.
If he
you're
says yeah, we're Eastern. If he says 5:30, it'll be 8:30 for us, or like whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking.
Just add 3 hours to whatever time he says. Oh,
Summer.
shit.
If you if you listen to Kendall Ray, she did a video on Sage Smith.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've ever heard that case, but
How
Sage
lo- was it recently?
what?
Was it recently?
No, I don't think so. But Sage was a trans woman, and she told her story.
I probably have, and I probably have seen it.
Yeah,
watched
but
so
you
many.
just yeah,
Yeah, I could
but
probably.
watch like 5,000 of them.
Yeah, and it would
They all
refresh my memory. Mm-hmm.
yeah.
I often have to. I used to fall asleep to her, and like I would have to go back and start back
Wait.
where I finished because she has that soothing voice, and
Doesn't she
that's why.
though?
Yes, and that's why I keep falling asleep in Vapor's live, and I'm dreaming about what he's saying. I'm like, what the hell?
I'm gonna start saying different shit then if you're gonna dream about it.
And then
You just have that. You have a good voice. Like I'm just.
Really,
like,
I hate it.
and then
no, it's great.
That's why I didn't want to do lives and didn't want to go on panels and stuff. But when Scarlett comes back, if I do lives, and I'll probably either do them on the days she doesn't do a live, or I'll do them earlier in the day, and I'm gonna talk to her and make sure I don't go over anything she's gonna go over.
I'm thinking about like a pre-show or like a.
Lady V has a good voice too. It's soothing.
Yeah, we'll just call it the green room, getting ready for her show.
Yeah, I mean, mine's gonna well.
But at least it's good that we know that we weren't fucking something up yesterday with the echo issue. It's a real. They said it's a bug issue between Android and them. So
Avery's gonna have to get an iPhone.
well, I don't think she will, but you never know.
Well, it's gonna mess up anyways. It's Avery.
Yeah, but you can always count on Avery every day for some off the wall story. It's
It's
pretty.
I told her she needed a reality show.
Animals, bugs, police officers, cars.
Oh, Avery with the oh man. Was it you that she texted or was it KK?
I talked to her yesterday.
Summer.
I talked to her, but the conversation you're talking about was KK.
Okay, yeah, she sent
I talked to
KK
her
the picture.
before all that happened.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think she sent KK the picture of the fucking cop lights in her mirror.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
And
She said, I think, she did send them to me, but yeah, she did. I was like, what the hell? And then that's when she hopped on Pano and explained. I was like, oh my God.
I missed almost all of that because I muted and then the dogs were bugging me, so I took them out while she was telling them what happened there. So I really didn't get much of it other than I guess he did want her number or something like that.
Yeah.
She gave him her sister's
oh
number.
yeah. That's just creepy, dude.
That is way
absolutely
out of bounds for a
creepy.
police officer.
Oh, what are you talking about? I was like, come on, they asked for Xana's number and everything in Moscow. It's not. It must be norm now.
Yep. There you go.
Gosh. You guys, I can't even.
I
What
mean,
is the world coming to?
if you look up
Bullshit.
Right.
one of my really good friends in high school, her name was Kara Knott. We ran track together and everything, and we graduated the same class. And she was a pretty good friend, and her boyfriend was a real good friend of mine. Ran track and played football with him. And the Christmas of '86, he was sick. So after doing Christmas and stuff with her family, she went up to his house to, see how he was feeling because he had the flu. And on her way back about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, she was coming home, which is probably a 45-minute drive for her. But she was coming home and she got pulled over by a CHP officer named Craig Pyre. And he ended up strangling her, killing her, and throwing her off a bridge.
What?
Yeah.
And
And
her name was Karen Knott?
Kara Knott, Knott. And
is it possible that I've heard about this?
It was 1986, Christmas '86.
Okay.
And where the bridge that he threw her off of was like on a frontage road, and it went down into like this big gully type thing. And they ended up making like a memorial park for her down there. And her dad would go every weekend and clean up the park. And I don't remember how many years later, maybe 10 or 12 years later, he was out there cleaning up the park. He had a heart attack and died there.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kara was one of those awesome people. She never said anything bad. Those, super positive people. She never said nothing bad about nobody.
Hello, Riddler. Again. Sorry for the
weird thing about it was
earlier.
the week that they found out it was him that did it. Me and my best friend, which also went to school with her, we were actually working in his house. So it was strange.
At the cop's house?
Yeah, at the cop's house.
Oh my gosh.
And then after everything went down, his wife never let us come back to finish.
Wow.
They ended up something didn't jive, and I don't know, his captain or whatever started wondering about a couple things. They ended up searching his patrol car and found the rope that he strangled her with. And then they started digging even more, and
one thing led to another.
Yeah, he's been up for parole a couple of times, but
I
he's
got a crazy
better
story
not get out.
to tell you guys in a minute about the dumbest criminal ever.
If there's one every day, Will.
This is a guy that I hadn't seen my buddy from West Virginia who's over here today. And I was asking him about somebody, and he said, "You didn't hear about him?" And he'd been in a little trouble. A while back, this guy, and he's just an idiot. He was somewhere, and he found an old hand pistol, all rusted, would not shoot, could not do anything, and it would useless. He started carrying it around. He took it with him everywhere, and he got way out there. And this guy said he'd been staying in hotels, this, that, and other. He gets in a little trouble. Well, it's felony possession. Now that thing he's carrying around, which is useless. I mean, it's beyond comprehension why he was carrying around. It had been carrying around about 3 or 4 months, and he ended up getting 7 years because he was a former felon, and then along with not supposed to have that, and then with the possession, and you add that, he basically took about probably at the most 18-month deal, and he got 7 years. And this other guy was telling me, he said, "I told him 100 times to take that damn thing and throw it away." He said, "What in the hell are you carrying around for?" He said, "You're going to get yourself shot."
Yeah.
Because someone's going to think you have something, and you're going to hurt them. And
You guys, I have a question.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
Have you guys seen this video rolling around about this lady on an airplane?
yeah, I did. Then I heard something about it was fake or it wasn't.
Wait, refresh my memory. I may have.
She was on an airplane and she went crazy. She went ballistically crazy, saying that a person on the plane wasn't real. Like it was I don't know what she thought the person was, but she went
I
crazy.
remember something about that.
And ended up not even getting arrested. And I'm like, she was cussing, she was losing her on the plane, like just causing a major
Being an
crazy
idiot, total.
Yeah. And I think, okay, so Christina just did a video on it, and she thinks that the Lady V, what link? Anyways, ended up not even getting like arrested or anything. But I almost started thinking like maybe she was having like a mental like a mental like a mental break, you know what I mean?
Yeah, being at high altitudes can with medications or what have you, can facilitate people getting in
I don't know
states like that. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's possible.
But I'm just saying, like, I almost started to think that she was like having like a mental break or something. But she went on this interview show and said she didn't see anything. She said, I was just in my feels.
She must not have a lawyer.
And her feels.
Yeah. She goes, I was just having a bad day. I was just in my feels. I didn't see nothing. Like, girl, like, someone just watch Christina's video on it and then tell me what you think. But oh my gosh,
Christina Randall, y'all watch it.
Yeah.
I saw that on YouTube yesterday, but I didn't watch it.
I want to say, like, I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's
crazy. I need to watch.
It's crazy, and I'm not talking like she had I don't, because okay, have you guys heard? You know about Lindsay Clancy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the one that jumped out the window.
Yeah, jumped out the
Mhm.
window. I think okay, so there's, and Annie explained it really well. She said that there's oh God, what's it called? Postpartum depression
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
postpartum psychosis. And Annie said that she thinks that well, I don't know if Annie thinks that, but she said that it's possible that she had a psychotic
Break.
a psychotic break and was suffering from psychosis.
Yeah, I know that Annie Elise, like, she went through some of that, not to that extent, but
Yeah. Because when she talked about Lindsay, she talked about her own self, and I was like, oh,
Mhm.
girl.
I know. I was like, oh damn, I didn't think she was
Yeah.
gonna go there.
Yeah. And I feel bad for her too. Anybody that goes through that, like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but I don't know. And
She handled it very well.
yeah. And so I feel bad for these women that go through that, but this girl
yeah.
was not on no sign of
She was just crazy as hell. She was having a fucking meltdown,
she was just in her feels.
temper tantrum. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In her feels. In her
She was
feels.
like
That's
Yeah.
her quote.
Uber Karen.
Yeah. Uber Karen. You got it. We'll be.
I mean,
Uber Karen.
I was like, oh, and that's kind of what I was thinking when I was, watching it. I'm like, oh God, this woman is like, and she was acting that way. When she got off, she said that plane ain't. She's like, outside the window, she was like, don't let that plane off. Don't let that plane get off. It's not gonna make it to Orlando. It's not gonna make it to Orlando.
yeah.
Oh my God.
And she's telling the
traveled
police
a lot.
officers this, and then they're out, like they're more outside, and she's like, "My dad's a cop. My dad's a cop."
Oh my God. I fly a lot, but knock on wood, I've not encountered any meltdowns on a plane
Oh my
because I don't have
gosh.
time for that shit.
Oh
Right.
well, the
We
plane
had
they got deboarded, and the plane got delayed by 5 hours.
Uh-uh.
Yeah, because
So
they
can you
probably wanted to
imagine?
search every inch of it.
Can
Yep.
you? Yeah, they had to search like Christina said, they had to search everybody because there was a possible. Even though
That's
it was
where it's interesting that she didn't get charged with something.
exactly. Yeah, I will try to find it, Lady V.
It might still be on my feed. It was on my feed yesterday. I just didn't watch it because I wasn't interested about hearing anybody cry about being on a plane again.
Hello, King Scarlet News.
I hate those phone calls, and now they've got where they'll put my area code in. Like, really tricking me. Before it'd be like from Kansas or the ones with the
she
Indian
was
South
like,
people. But before it was like area codes everywhere. Kansas City, Los Angeles. Now they've got my area code. Like they're really going to fool me in towns within 100 or 200 miles from here. I cuss at every one of them. They make me so mad.
yeah, Summer. Have you ever had that? Like what I was talking about, like what my whole thing was going to be about today was, have you ever like listened to a case and you're like, okay, and then you moved on and then you came back to it again and like, and it just hits you different.
Yeah, you pick up on things you miss, and you're like, what?
Yeah, like because I was rewatching Sierra jogging. Okay. And I don't know, it just, and then I started watching that Landy Martinez, the kid in Miami, and then Felicia Martinez, the girl in Colorado, and also, okay, so this is another thing. College cases, you guys are crazy. Like this Sando kid, he's like from Puerto Rico or somewhere, and he came over and he was going to join a sorority, and
Was that the one they hazed until he?
yes,
Oh yeah.
okay, he was basically unconscious he couldn't even walk, unconscious for hours, and then they're like, when he started bleeding from his mouth and nose, they were like, okay, maybe we should take him to the ER.
Maybe. How
Yeah.
about calling
Hi,
an ambulance?
KK.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I'm just like, are you joking?
What was his name?
Sando.
Okay, yeah.
Sand. Sand.
Yeah.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna look it up, but I heard something today about the Shanquella Robinson.
what'd you hear about that?
I just saw a thing, and she's from Winston Salem, which is like
Yeah.
10 miles
Yeah.
from here. I'm gonna pull it up on
Yeah,
Google. I
and
just heard something
Well,
pop
you know,
up.
the family wrote a letter to the White House and they didn't do a damn thing about it, but I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah,
But
I'm gonna see if we'll find out here.
I can't even about Shanquella. I just can't.
Yeah, how do people and she paid for all them people to go? I think they'll
yeah,
want her dying, won't they?
I mean, it's legit on video. Like, I don't
Yeah, they just
understand.
beat the wheels off somebody until they unalive. I mean,
It's not teaching anybody anything if that
Yeah,
case don't move
and
forward.
they were saying that she had alcohol poisoning. It was just,
Oh, I know. Yeah.
they were saying fight, or whatever. I can't remember exactly.
they
What.
Yeah,
they
they
were
just
like,
kept
Fight.
telling her to fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are
she
you
said,
even gonna fight back,
she said
Quella?
no. She said no.
Yeah.
And I mean, when people start
she
getting
wasn't
hit in the
even-
head, there's only a few. You don't get. No person, no human can take so many blows to your head. And
Yeah, she was from Winston-Salem and she went to, what is the community college there?
Winston-Salem State is right up here. And
Yeah.
actually, when I was real little, I lived probably maybe a quarter mile from Winston-Salem State. And that was when we still had segregation. And, and it was different back then. And a black person moved in a neighborhood and we were moving anyway. And it just, the whole neighborhood acted like they went crazy. I was a little kid. But
So this was like the 30s then, right?
no, actually, it would have been 1966, maybe.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, it was. I mean, and that's when they were
Vapor's
talking about
like,
going to
back when
school,
I
and they
was
would
a
have
kid.
me. I remember my dad told me, he said, "Well, goddamn, y'all think y'all just gonna leave them home and not make them go to school? If you lost your damn minds, people will keep them home. We're not gonna let them go to school. Those people."
Yeah, well, those people were back then. Everybody was,
People just
still in a different time, that's for sure. But
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
you said around 66 or so. That was when
Yeah,
I was
he
born,
made
so
the comment.
yeah.
He said, "Well, damn, you just gonna keep your youngins at home and not make them go to school?" He said, "That's about the dumbest thing I've ever heard." He said, "What? What are y'all thinking?"
Well, now we can't send our kids to school anyway, so
You know what?
I know I couldn't be a teacher because I'd be fired real quick.
Yeah.
I'm
That's
surprised
one
my
of the
dad.
reasons
I'm
why I don't
surprised
coach anymore.
they what now?
I said that's one of the reasons I don't coach anymore. I can't. There's no way. I'm not.
That's why I'm
Mm-mm.
okay. So my dad's a PE. Has been like a physical education, like in that era of a teacher his whole life. And I am absolutely like, okay, so first off, I'm just scared to send my dad to school in the first place.
Yeah.
Second off, I cannot believe he has not been fired because he is a coach. And he is a wrestling coach at that.
Well, that's a little more obscure.
Yeah.
I mean, that culture, those kids that wrestle and stuff, they grow up doing it. They're used to basically, it's not abuse. It's just the hard practice.
There was, no,
through.
I'm saying this though. I'm saying that okay, so, I'll just tell it. So my dad has been, he was the assistant. When my mom passed away, he took over the head job. He was head for a few years, and then he wanted to step down. And so he wanted to step down, and they finally let him, and they gave the job to his best friend. His name was Brandon. And Brandon's more like my age. So, well, he's like a couple years old, a few years older than I am, but he was a younger guy, and Brandon had liver problems, and he'd already had like 2 liver transplants or whatever. And so he wasn't able to like be there as much as he should have been. So even though my dad stepped down, he still he still was there all the time because Brandon couldn't do it. Well, that year, there was a scandal that happened, and it was a mess. And my dad was in the position where he's like, well, I don't want my program that I've built up to, go to shit in 1 year. So he stepped back in, and there was a bunch of rigmarole about that. He had to hire a lawyer and everything.
You get parents that think they can talk to the
And
coach after practice every day and inject. No,
he had,
let the coach have the job and get out of the way. That's the problem.
My dad had to hire a lawyer and everything to prove that, because the scandal happened because some kids did something to a kid on a bus, and so that had to go to court. My dad had to hire a lawyer, just to prove, like, a bunch of kids had to step up and give their testimony, and it was just ridiculous. And they made the comment when they hired my dad back, and they're like, yeah, and they asked the same person that it happened before and keeps happening, and they asked him to come to step back in. And that in no way, shape, or form did happen under my dad with his knowledge. I can guarantee you that. But yeah, but I mean, not just because of that, but because when you're a wrestling coach, you're teaching a boy how to wrestle, whatever. I'm surprised that somebody hasn't accused him of something. And even when he was a basketball coach, my dad's a hard ass. So but girls back then, he coached, he said that
I've got a horror story about that.
He coached girls back then, and the girls just were able to take it back then. I don't know if girls now would be able to.
The boys now wouldn't even take it.
Well, he refused to coach the boys because I think it was just the boys in that town, but he refused to coach them. And he said their attitudes are just not in the right spot.
Yeah.
He's like,
they don't want to do the work or commit to what you need to do to be competitive and win. A lot of people can't compete. They get nervous. They just want to get it over with. When I competed, you might beat me.
Oh, I love competition.
But by God, you were going to have to bring your best, and you was going to get mad. But some kids get in that.
Oh my gosh!
And they get nervous. It's like they want to be.
You jumped on the guy's back.
I sure did. When I was little, I was like, "Get off my brother!"
Oh my god!
And I remember looking to the left, and it was like one of my brother's friends, and he was like, "Do it, do it!" And then I was looking at my mom, and she's like, "Don't!" And it was like slow motion, and I crawled in that thing and jumped off the ropes, and it's like I landed right on his back. I was like, "Get off my brother!" And I was beating him in the head.
Oh my god!
What about Scarlett? Some guy pulled her hair and she jabbed a pencil in his eye or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. Yep. I said I did the same thing in middle school. Jason Jackson, because he was talking gross and nasty, and I was tired of hearing it, and I was like, "Shut up!" And he wouldn't, and I stabbed him with a pencil.
Oh my gosh!
Number 2 pencil, freshly sharpened.
Oh my
Number
God.
2.
I was the meanest shit.
I had to have my pencil sharp, but I couldn't.
Back in the day when we had pencil sharpeners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you do the thing, and then you have to, if you were the room monitor or whatever they call it, you get out. I got kicked off the safety patrol. I was head safety patrol because me and this girl named Julie Jordan. Before the people came out to get on the bus, we were running around just playing. I mean, just like kids do. And we went through the emergency door on the bus. And he called me and her up there to the office, and he told us he was going to have to take our badge. We had done something that was so egregious that we just could not continue for the rest of the year at safety patrol. Man, I went home. I was crying that day. Boy, I was upset. Because that safety patrol badge, you get out like about 10 minutes early and be out by the buses when all the kids come. You thought you were really badass. Had that little badge.
Oh my gosh.
And it just crushed me. I won't ever do it again. I promise.
But yeah.
Y'all didn't have safety patrol? in school?
No,
Um,
no.
I don't remember
Yeah, just a little
exactly.
police looking badge, and all you did was like when they came out to this, get on the buses, because people actually rode the bus back then. You know,
I didn't
we
ride the
have
bus.
30, 40 kids on the bus. This is like first through the fourth grade.
Someone said like in high school that they let like the seniors or juniors or seniors drive the bus.
Hell no.
What?
That's what one of my customers told me, and I was
Oh
What
like,
my.
county, backwards
and
ass county is that? I
I
want
said,
to.
what year was
Oh.
that? It was like that's what she told me. I said, what?
Oh.
I don't
Riddler
know.
said they had it. Riddler knows what I'm talking about. You had a little, it was like a little strap that went across your body at a
Oh my
45,
God.
and then it went around your waist, and your badge was right there about, where your heart was. And it looked kind of like a, size of a police badge. And all we did, no, we had
Never heard of that.
3-floor schoolhouse. So during classes, kids couldn't run up down the steps. And when the school buses left, we were outside directing them. Walk slow, single file. We took it serious now.
Oh, Riddler says his dad drove the bus when he was in school.
Y'all know they build buses.
See, I told you that was a
right here
thing.
about 10 miles from my house.
What?
Buses are built in High Point, one of the biggest bus companies in the world.
High Point has that big furniture store. That's the bomb.
They used to have a lot of them, but unfortunately, there's not a lot of furniture made in High Point.
Not anymore, really?
They still sell it and wholesale it and resell it, but it's all gone.
They always had the best furniture. I mean, I haven't been there in years.
I bought a Century furniture out of Hickory. It's called it was designed by Ray Zabota. Benoit something, 8 chairs and a table, and you can pull it up. And I paid about $300 for it here, and it's like new, but $300 worth is worth. I've seen it for between 6,000 and 8,000 on the internet.
All right. Riddler says boys were patrol officers and the girls were hall monitors.
That's right. I forgot about that because theirs were a little different. They're little.
I have never heard of hall
strap.
monitors either. What do you do? What's a hall monitor?
Somebody that monitors the hall.
Steps and like our school was a
A
perfect
freaking narc?
like classical architecture, 3 floors square long. It was like 200 yards long, huge. They tore it down, man. I hated they tore that thing down, but they had to. But the steps from floor to floor, like first, second, third, they were. I mean, it was a lot of steps, and you had to go slow.
Rat Patrol. Hall monitor was Rat Patrol.
I remember my 4th grade teacher, Miss Patterson. I had a crush on her. She was pregnant, I guess by about, you get out of school, like May, end of May or something like that. About a month, at the end of April, she had to leave because she was going to have a baby. I got so mad. I went home, man. I was jealous and I was upset.
Oh
she had told us,
in 4th grade.
I had the worst crush on this teacher. I'll never forget that.
But yeah, school's a different ballgame these days.
When I went to school, I'm gonna tell you one thing: my mom and dad.
I mean, it was even probably different
A's,
for
brother.
like me than it was for you guys. It just changes every generation.
I have a lot of customers that are teachers, and the stories they tell me, I'm like,
Oh my God. Are you just so happy that you went into the hair business?
Oh, I would be on the 5 o'clock news.
My friend is a teacher in Lincoln, and or she was anyway. I don't know if she did her student teaching there or whatever, but I guess some kid stood up and wanted to throw his laptop at her, and I'm like, what? And they literally started throwing stuff at her, she said.
Yeah. Nope. Nope.
Ma'am, that, no. Just no. I was a preschool teacher, and that was good enough for me.
Yeah.
I helped with preschool for 8 months. It was not, yeah. Yeah, I know. Did you see what King Scarlet said?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, oh my god.
And that was her friend,
Yeah,
King.
you can't do that anymore. I mean, can't do that anymore.
Steve is not your friend.
No.
Yep, Lady Vegan right.
Did
They
y'all
tell
have
us
busing?
everything.
Did y'all have
They do
busing
tell us everything.
when y'all were little?
Huh?
Did y'all have busing when you were little?
What is that?
When they done away with segregation, they integrated
Oh, I wasn't
race.
alive then.
Like when I was in the 4th grade or like 3rd grade, I had to get on a bus and drive like, well, I didn't drive it a road. Probably 18 miles. Whereas if I would have gone to school closest to me, I would have went like 2 or 3 miles. I
No,
hated it.
I was
That
before
was the last
my
time I
time.
went to public school until I was in the 11th grade. I mean, you got up at dark and you took that much longer to get home and you couldn't play. And I hated it. God, I hated it. And it had nothing to do with the integration segregation. I mean, I just hated the time.
Oh yeah, because it took forever.
And it was funny, like in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, you would go to Skyland, but then in the 6th, 5th, 6th, 7th, or something, you'd be back in Kernersville where we lived, and then
You know, there there was a situation here in Omaha, and there's been situations elsewhere where kids have been forgotten on buses, and that's just really sad.
Thomas Bus is the bus company in High Point. Y'all probably rode to school on Thomas buses. I couldn't think of that one ago.
Yeah, there was a recent incident where a kid was left on a bus and it did not end well.
Did you see, like, oh my God, I just saw it the other day where, like, a little girl got off the bus and they closed the doors and the lady wasn't paying attention and drugged that little girl for probably a mile or so.
That's awful.
Did y'all see that? She's okay, but oh, it's terrible.
Um,
I'll have to see if I can find it and I'll
how
send
do
it to you.
you unpin a comment?
Just pin another one.
Oh, okay, I got
Just
it. I got it.
okay.
It might just take a minute to get it off of YouTube. Yeah, okay. YouTube is just lacking a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Riddler, he had the same thing. So you guys, you didn't miss out on anything. I tell you that. And it was just a flip of the coin. Whether you might be going across town, whereas somebody in the same grade on the other end of the stick might be staying at home. It flip flop, so everybody would get kind of an equal amount of it. But I didn't like having to get up an hour earlier and literally, it took an hour to get to school. Whereas when I went the year before, it took 20 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, I was telling Riddler this earlier. I revisited the case of Sean Arthur this week or last night or whenever it was. And I didn't realize that he was from Missouri. I guess.
Sean Arthur, I'm trying to draw. I'm drawing a blank, but
I watched a lot of cases on True Crime Daily before I even found Kendall, and Kendall was the first YouTuber that I found. Don't even know how I found her, but I think it was I'm pretty sure it was because she was like, maybe it was because she was in Colorado, I don't know. And I thought she was like the only YouTuber out there. Like the only true crime YouTuber out there. And
Yeah.
then I watched I watched so many of her videos, and then I'm like,
Like
wait a minute, there's more.
Yeah, she remember when she started off like in like her bedroom,
Yes,
and now
yes.
it's like she has like a whole studio, and then she
Which one?
has
Who are you
like
talking
2 other
about?
podcasts,
Yeah, now she has, okay, so she has her own show.
and then her
She has,
husband, and then her cousin.
yep,
Who are
she
you
has
talking
the
about?
Sesh with Janelle, and then she has Mile Higher with Josh,
She's a
and
busy bee.
yeah, and
Did
then
you say
Josh,
Kendall Ray?
Kendall Ray, yeah, and
Okay,
then
RAE.
there's two really a lot of subs, girls that do true crime, and one of them is I don't know how to describe
She
them.
has like 5 million subs, I think.
Yeah,
and then and
I'm gonna
then
look at see if they're
Josh,
both good. Ones I'm thinking about.
her husband has, he does Mile Higher with her, and then he does like, have you seen the Lights Out podcast?
Mm,
He does Lights
no.
Out with, he does Lights Out with like his brother or his cousin or something. So they have
Oh
like
wait, who's?
Josh.
No, I haven't seen that. Mm-mm.
Yeah, he has Lights Out with his cousin or somebody, and it's like they do a lot of like dark, like very dark
Yeah, I see
situations.
Kendall Ray, but what's the other one? Annalise or something like that.
Annie Elise,
Yeah,
she pulls out the content like it's,
yeah, she's good, and her she just does videos, and her whoever writes it, I'm sure it's probably hers. Maybe she has the editor. Maybe
she has
it's
she has a
very
whole
good.
she has a whole team that helps her out.
And
She admitted it.
I'm gonna tell you
She goes,
something that to not have a Nancy Grace type help, with editors and researchers. Checkmate Humanity is a very intelligent person, in my opinion. You listen to her, and I know she covers, creators she thinks are bad, but if you listen to any of her,
who is it?
Checkmate Humanity.
Oh, true.
Uh,
Okay.
uh-uh.
And she's an individual, and she has done stuff about Lana and some others, and she does it. I mean, I'm telling you, this girl's smart. And
Lady V, you listen to Lights Out?
you guys ought to listen to her sometime. I'm just, to me, I'm impressed that she's just an individual doing it. I mean, her
Yeah,
writing.
I think Christina might do her own. I don't know, but Christina's really good. And Savannah and Danielle.
Christina Randall.
Yeah,
I really like her a lot.
I do
She's
too.
she lives in Florida.
Yeah, she's she, I like Christina because
Like
I like
she
them
told her
all.
whole story. Like I really like her a
I
lot
know she's
because she was in
very
prison for I don't know how many years, and
3 years, 3 years,
and it just
and
she
she's such a good person
she
today. Like,
really is. She is pretty girl
and
too. Very pretty.
I just admire her so much for
Yeah.
everything.
Have you guys ever seen Jumpsuit Pablo?
What?
He's the guy that was in prison in South Carolina, and he got his channel started when Murdoch got sent away, and I think he got 10 years for an armed robbery. And he's come out, and he's good. And he's doing really good content. He's got like 150,000. He started with the Murdoch thing, and yesterday he did a video and said he was done with the prison stuff. He said, I don't know what I'll do. I don't know where I'll land. I'll keep working and do content till I find a place, but I'm done with this. He said, I spent 10 years there. I've come out. I spent 2 or 3. He said, I'm at a wonderful living, but he said, I'm not going to spend the rest of my life in or talking about prison.
Well,
And
speaking of Murdoch, like, have you heard the latest about Corey Fleming, who literally just got sentenced to prison?
what's up?
Oh, he's already has possible parole, and I'm like, you
No, he
literally,
doesn't. Are you serious?
yep, I swear. I said, you just got
I'm
there.
telling you, they make it up in South Carolina as they go along.
I
If you don't
know,
believe me, go let her live.
I know, I
What
know.
state can build a nuclear power plant and spend 8 years and spend $2 billion, and then they all get up one day and look at each other and say, "This thing is so screwed up, we cannot finish it."
Mm-hmm.
All the public power companies across the U.S. came in and looked at to see if they could buy the assets and finish the project. And they all flew in and looked at it and turned around and laughed and said, "We don't want to touch it." All this thing now is just sitting.
Yep.
$2 billion of public money
Mhm.
gone. South Carolina.
Yeah, Summer doesn't
Story,
go
don't
down.
let me
She
look
doesn't
into
go
it.
to Hampton County. Nope.
Is that where the Murdaugh thing was?
Well, I did go to Moselle before they put that fence up, and I sure did. I was scared to death. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna be in jail.
I think I
I have pictures. I was a nervous damn wreck. I thought I am gonna go to jail with Admiral, I reckon. Oh my God.
Is that where the property is?
It's a Walterboro.
Yeah.
You went to, did you say Moselle?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I sure did.
hey, you know, I've said this many times. Alex Murdaugh was an idiot. Here's the deal. With his family's political base, he gets out of college. Had he wanted to be a
Well,
U.S.
his whole family's
senator
corrupt. It's
from
over
South
100.
Carolina or a governor or anything, his family had the base that,
Yeah, it's that
no
old
question,
family.
he could have achieved that easily.
Mm-hmm.
And he chose to be an idiot criminal.
Well, just like his daddy and his great grandfather.
That's right.
They were
Hey,
all made
I'd
it
love
just
somebody
kids.
could write a book and tell their secrets, because there ain't no telling how many poor souls they locked up that were innocent.
Oh yeah. You know that his so Alec, whatever his freaking name is. um, his father wrote a fake obituary with Miss Libby. She wasn't
Yeah,
even
because
dead.
his wife was going to leave him one
Uh-huh.
time.
Yeah, she was gonna
Had it,
I heard about that.
yeah,
Was there okay, I have a
I have the
question.
legit article like from the newspaper.
What was the deal with the cleaning lady?
Let me
that's 50-50.
Summer.
I know.
Summer.
But I really think they pushed her off the board.
Yep. This is the
Because
deal.
you can hear on the 911
Did she
call,
did
it's like
the
his
cleaning
wife,
lady
Maggie, was
did the
bothering
cleaning
It
him.
was
lady
too
pass away?
convenient. Yes.
The cleaning lady was killed?
Yeah,
Yes.
and
What
his
is with
Maggie,
this
Alex's
family
wife,
and the people
Look
getting
up.
killed?
I'll send you the link to the 911 call.
yeah,
It sounds it's like an
his
inconvenience.
wife sounded like she
And
was bothering.
It was
Paul went on the boat ride,
yeah.
right?
And so here's the thing with them. Like no one, I mean, neither one of them should have never been killed. Like that's just terrible. But they were not good people either. I'm sorry. And the movie was bullshit. It was such
The
bullshit.
cleaning lady and Paul, or the
No,
The
cleaning
whole
the
lady
the whole
and
mom
movie.
and the Paul.
The mother, the mother,
oh,
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie and Paul.
If you listen to the 911 call,
Yeah,
it's just like an
Maggie
inconvenience.
acts
Like
like she's being bothered.
yeah,
It's
and
like what?
she also says
I'd pull it up.
Are you
yeah.
talking
You
about
can
the
listen to it.
911 call with the housekeeper?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And if you listen really close, I mean, they're just like, can you just hurry up? Can you just hurry up? And she's
yeah.
like, I
Is she
know.
bleeding? Well, I don't know. She kind of looks maybe like she might be. And was she is? Can she
Well,
move?
at first, if you
Well, she was
listened,
talking, but I don't know. It's like they don't give a
yeah,
damn.
she's like, she fell up the steps, and the 911's like, so she's at the top of the steps, and she's like, she's on the ground, and she's just really snarky and
They were
snappy, and
in
it's
no
just,
sense of urgency when they asked the
and it
questions
just
like,
sounded like it was
"Well,
an
I'm not
inconvenience.
sure. She might be. I'm not. Well, hey, what do you? I mean,
Yeah,
And they were
kind
like,
of
can
like
you
what
do
they did with
CPR? And she's like, ma'am,
kind of
can
like
you
what
just
they
get
did with
someone here?
Sando. Like until he started bleeding out his mouth and nose, they were like, maybe we should take him in. And
well,
there was like, and there was another, and there was two other people that were in the same, not the same exact condition, but he was in the worst. But you know, two other people that they were hazing as well. So that's just awful. We lost Summer.
Yeah, she dropped us a couple seconds ago.
Lady V said, one at a time, please. And every time we get to doing it, I look at my stream, and I'm delayed like just a little bit.
Well, StreamYard and YouTube say they have like a 7 to 10 second delay between
Yeah.
you
See,
and
when I go
StreamYard
back,
and the. She says she's backstage again.
I know.
when I go from one to the other vapor,
Yeah.
I'll notice in chat people say, y'all are talking over each, or you're interrupting one another.
Hold
It's where one gets delayed and you think somebody stopped. And with the delay, they want to
Right.
stop and be starting over.
So
have
what
to
I-
watch.
Hold on.
What I think maybe we should try is like when we're on panel, everybody that's not talking mute, and if you
Yeah.
have something that you want to interject with or you want to talk, unmute but don't say anything and wait until the person running the channel lets the person
Yeah.
that's talking finish, and then say, okay, well, so and so wants to say something. Because it does sometimes when people, because everybody has it, you get somebody's talking and something pops in your head and you just automatically say it. And
Mhm.
but maybe we could figure out some system so we don't talk over each other so
Yeah,
much,
but
because
it
nobody
gets-
does it on purpose.
It gets worse when you're delayed because you think somebody's quit and you're start.
Right.
Yeah, and it just gets a lot worse. Maybe somebody else would like to come up.
I think Summer was backstage. I don't know.
Well, she
She's still
said I can't find her though.
She said she fell off.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. She says I'm backstage, but that was just okay.
Yep.
She needs the
Yeah,
link.
she asked for the link.
You know what I don't understand?
What?
What's
I
that?
don't. You know how YouTube has a fucking hissy fit about you playing music and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so when I was looking in my StreamYard last night and it said background music and stuff, and they have all these generic made up background music stuff, right? But then I saw at the bottom of it, it says pick your own or something like that. So when I picked that, it let me go directly into my Apple iTunes and I could pick any music I had in there, but they had some of them blocked out. So I'm wondering if some of them are not already like something with a copyright issue where YouTube can't use them freely. But most of my music on my iTunes, the stuff that I've bought and stuff that I use in videos, I played last night after it was just me and Kelly were just going over stuff. And I mean, I don't know if it was because it was unlisted or what, but I mean, I understand I'm not going into my iTunes from YouTube and I'm going from StreamYard, but you would think if StreamYard's going to support stuff streaming on YouTube, they would try to abide by their regulations as much as
Mhm.
possible. So I'm just wondering if
I'm trying, Summer.
you play music through there, it's okay. I don't know, because it could be when you pick it through there, it automatically puts like a link or something in the description of your video that covers you. I don't know. I don't know why I could, or maybe they just didn't catch me playing it. I don't know. Who knows?
See, this is like a problem I have right now. If I want, mute when somebody else is talking or whatever,
Oh.
I have to go to the StreamYard thing.
Yeah.
So then I go back to the YouTube thing to look at it because the comment thing in StreamYard is not, I don't like it.
I don't like it either.
And so then when I go back again, I get a delay. It's just, I've got my iPad over here and I couldn't think of my password a while ago. I was setting it up right before you got here, Vapor, but I'm going to work on that.
I'm hoping whenever we figure out how to actually link it through YouTube instead
Oh
of
my gosh.
instead of using StreamYard to start the live, and when we actually figure out how to do the encoding stuff where you got to match stuff up and then you're actually starting your live in your YouTube channel instead of starting it in the StreamYard. I'm hoping when that happens, all of that'll be fixed. We won't have two separate chats we can look at. Hopefully they'll be meshed better because you're actually using YouTube instead of StreamYard. I mean, you're using StreamYard also, but but since you're going into it through YouTube, maybe it'll be a better situation.
Hold on. You guys, I just put on new nails, and so I'm
Your
having.
tactile ability is not quite as good as it was.
Yeah, I am trying to. I don't have any nails whatsoever, so.
The Lady V can fix you right up.
King, are you saying maybe they don't give a shit about me playing music because I'm not monetized? Because when we were playing music on Lady V's the other night, I don't think she's monetized, and they ended up shutting it down.
I can't. Okay, this is what I need to do.
They need a link, by the way.
I know. I'm trying to get there.
Have you got it?
There we go.
Okay.
There we go. You guys, I'm literally not used to nails at all. I don't have any, and
I understand.
I don't have any either.
I just had to put some on because I'm going out tonight, and I don't want to. There she is. She back.
Sorry.
She's back. Yay. Okay. I was like, what? This was showing up kind of weird on my. Okay, cool. But yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys, do you guys have a full weekend planned? Like, my
Not
weekend
really.
is just stuffed.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
My weekend is just stuffed with stuff.
I'm gonna take my mom roller skating.
Roller skating.
Oh my gosh.
No, I'm not taking her roller skating.
No, I don't
Hey,
have
Summer,
Both
anything.
hips have been broken. One and the other a few years later. We are not going roller skating.
hey, Summer.
Yeah.
Kara's gonna call you. She got whatever information we were looking for, so
Okay.
she's gonna call you sometime today, I think.
Okay.
All right.
That works.
Come on,
Thank you.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah, I have. So one of my best friends is making their debut tonight. And then there's a pageant tomorrow. And then Sunday there's a brunch. And I got 2 tickets for the 2 p.m. show. And I don't have anyone to go with me. And my friend got 2 tickets to the 11 p.m. to the 11 a.m. show. And she don't have anyone going with her. So she invited me to the 11 o'clock show. And I invited her to go to the 2 o'clock show. So then that's on Sunday. And then my other friend asked me to go to bingo on Sunday. And then I'm going out to Spaghetti Works with my friend on Monday because she's never been to Spaghetti Works and it's her birthday today, but she's with her daughter today. But she'll be able to, we both have the day off on Monday. So we're going to celebrate her birthday and go downtown and go to Spaghetti Works on Monday.
What's Spaghetti
What's
Works?
missing?
It's like, okay, so it's called the Old Spaghetti Works Factory.
Mhm.
And it's like okay, so we have this thing in Omaha. It's like our main downtown, and it's called the Old Market. And it's from, I know you guys don't know this, like, but it's from 10th Street to 13th Street, and then from like Dodge to something else street. And it's just like, it's basically like a square, like a huge square of like old town. Like, it still has like the brick and like streets and everything. Just a ton of like shops and restaurants. And
Sounds
it's like
like Charleston.
yeah, it's like the original. It's like original. You know what I mean? And
Cobblestone streets.
yeah, and Spaghetti
Yeah.
Works is just like the main, like the main restaurant down there, and as far as I'm concerned,
Mm-hmm.
because it's my favorite. But there's also like a lot of other ones. There's a lot of bars. There's a lot. It's where all the bars are. It's where all the, hip is and all that stuff.
We
Um,
all know.
there's a like an ice cream shop, Ted and Wally's. There's a Dulce. There's just a bunch of shops and a lot of restaurants, and it's where we have our like parades and stuff.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, and actually, it is kind of cool now because they just redid it's called the Jean Leahy Mall, and it was like a big, like huge park, and then also we have the riverfront where you can like go from the mall to like the mall is a park, so you can go from the park to the riverfront where there's like a lake, and then there's like a water show that they do every night during the like spring, summer, and fall. They shut it down during the winter, I'm sure, because it's too cold out. But they just redid. So this Jean Leahy Mall and the riverfront needed to be redone so bad, but they put in like $1.2 billion into it, and it is just absolutely gorgeous now.
The guy that I worked
Sounds
for in
nice.
Chattanooga that built that golf course I was telling you about, he before he died, he wanted to build one of the world's best freshwater aquariums. And before he died, he had a meeting with the Chattanooga
But
Board
like
of Commissioners, and he gave them $100 million. And he said, "I believe y'all can do the rest." He said, "This should be a good start." And
the
they have built, and they did the waterfront on the Tennessee River through Chattanooga. I have not been. They were doing it right as I left, but you can pull it up on the internet, and it is one heck of a to do.
What was I gonna say? Downtown, like at night, they do like when the water thing is going on, they do gondola rides, and then they also do like they have the horses out and they do carriage rides during the spring, summer, and fall.
Oh God, that's all that's here. Those damn
Hmm.
things get on my nerves.
The carriage rides,
Yes.
and they also do like they also do like the patio bar, like the bicycle bars,
Mm-hmm.
like you can like it's like a big bicycle but a table in the middle of it, and you all pedal and
Yeah.
drink
Uh-huh.
beer and
Yeah,
yeah.
we have that. That's
Yeah.
fun,
What do
actually.
they do for fun?
She's telling you.
I know, I'm just joking. It's just,
I've never been on a carriage ride. I've
well,
never I've never done any of it, but I mean,
well,
but then we have the zoo, and the zoo is, I mean, I love our zoo. I haven't been in like a couple years or a few years, but I don't like to go to the zoo when it's really hot, like
so what,
because
you don't
it's
like to
Oh
just
sweat
God.
and let the monkeys masturbate?
I haven't been to the zoo in a
I
long
hate
time.
zoos, really. I mean, to be honest with
we have like I think Omaha has like the best. It's been voted
you.
the
North
best
Carolina's got one of the best zoos in the
zoo,
state, and I've never been to it. It's an hour from here.
and
Oh, I've been will be several times.
uh Omaha Zoo is like they say it's the best in the United States, but I don't really know about that. But our aquarium is really nice.
I want to go to Chattanooga and see that freshwater aquarium that got built. Say it's
I
supposed to be.
yeah, I like the aquarium. I like our cat complex is cool too. I like our like the tigers are my favorite.
I don't know. Zoos are good. They bring awareness to different
But we have a
species.
huge. Recently, they built a huge African safari, and we've had, I think, 3 or 4 elephants be born. So that's pretty cool. And I think at one point we had one of the 3 or 4 was twins. But they have like really old elephants and they have really young elephants. So And then one lady, like we had a thing here where one lady like jumped in the tiger cage or something and got attacked by one. Oh, we lost Summer again. It's okay.
All right, Riddler. JC, question.
Hmm.
All I see, I think, is back chat, maybe.
Oh,
Can you change it where I see the act? See, I'm having to go back and forth, and plus I've got it's mostly my fault. I've got my screen and windows everywhere, and it's just. I'm saying, can you change that? There's 3 comments: Summer, JC, and Summer.
yeah.
Okay. Can you change it to where I see the comments?
You have to click on comments.
I don't have that on my screen.
Oh.
And maybe I don't know that you can do that. I mean, it happened to me the other night. The way the screen got goobered up, but it's just frustrating going back and forth.
I just have to make sure that I click the paste. There you go.
I'm not sure you can. I don't know. I'm just.
I don't.
Asking.
I had to learn how to. I had to figure it out too.
Yeah, the going back and forth is pain. I'm lagging just slightly, not much, but it's.
Summer says to click on chat, Wheelby.
Click on chat, like down below. See, normally it says comments and it says private chat up top.
Mm-hmm.
They're in blue. I
Yeah,
don't have any of that.
I only have comments. I
I don't have anything. I have a box with the lines around the side and Summer's comment, your comment, and Summer's comment. At the bottom, it says chat with everyone in the studio. That's as far as it goes. I don't know why. Maybe it's a glitch on my end.
I don't see you yet, Summer.
What did you say? I can go back to.
Oh, hold on. Yeah. Chat is back chat. Comments will allow you to see the YouTube comments.
Yeah, that would make it a little easier. But even when I can see the YouTube comments on StreamYard, I for some reason I don't care for it as much. I think it's just because I'm used to YouTube a little. It's just as good. Excuse me. I should have muted. Yeah, it's the same thing. I don't know.
Are you still in back? Does it still say you're in back chat, Summer?
I have the 3 comments.
Yeah, that's all that's in there.
Yeah. And I don't see it. I think it's back chat, but I don't see a thing that says back chat, which I normally see. I need to write a list of these questions so when I get off here, me and Vapor might get into some kind.
I keep erasing it.
Every time I look up and I see Vapor's avatar or whatever, it literally looks like.
I know. Vapor,
damn,
did you
he's
see
shooting me
it?
the gig. He's shooting me the gig. He moves a little. Does he not? He does. I know he does.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you are.
There, who is? Yeah.
No.
I mean, if you can't fix it, don't worry about it. Don't spend.
Well, I can't find Summer.
Well, I can go back to YouTube and hold on.
It said she's in back chat, but I can't find her in back chat.
I bet I can. Chat, it should be, no, it should be something you have. Do you have your cell phone for the,
Yeah,
why do you not have your computer doing the StreamYard?
because he doesn't have Chrome on his YouTube.
Oh my God.
Summer.
It might be because you're doing it with your phone. And it's,
No, it's her StreamYard. I'm about ready to start getting ready for the show though, so but not for a few minutes, but I just got it. I was supposed to do I was supposed to do
I'm
laundry.
gonna figure out something here.
Whoops. We'll figure it out.
Just,
We'll figure it out.
I'm on mute. I'm gonna be moving my windows around.
You guys, I'll wait for Summer to come back up. I spent $55 on this nail stuff. And I had stuff, but I just can't. I haven't unpacked it yet because I'm super lazy. And so I got new stuff. Now I have to learn how to do stuff with nails. They're short though, so they're not too long. Shouldn't be too hard. Oh. I wish I could do StreamYard on the computer, but
I just
I
somehow
got a
got
subscriber. I'm so excited, you guys.
Damn.
I am okay. Another thing that I'm planning on doing is I plan on starting to do my there we go. And she back.
Damn.
She back. Summer, the other thing I was gonna let you guys know too. I do want to start the video portion of my channel as well. So I do want to do some videos. And I don't know, because I want to tell the whole story and I want to tell it right. So it might take me a while to get them together because I have to do those on my own. But Lady V, I don't know. It's a JC job. Hold on, let me show you. Can you see these guys? There's my nails. Yeah, YouTube is lagging by about 10 seconds, I think. So, yeah, I think I did okay. They're staying on. Yeah, they're just the basic.
Just put some glue in your purse. You're good.
What?
I said just have some glue in your purse in case one
Oh,
falls
yeah,
off. You're good.
absolutely. And some backups.
Yep.
That's all I need.
There you go.
Oh, I will be a prepared one tonight. So I'm going to start doing the video portions. I just have to get a little, get everything together, what I'm going to say and, upload them. So those will be coming out. We'll be covering, highlighting an LGBT true crime event. Maybe I don't know, maybe once a week. I don't know. Depends on how much time I have. I have a day job, so I can't. Are you having a good time, Riddler? I'm glad that you are on my channel. I'm glad to see you. I've missed you.
Yeah. I thought Riddler he was going to go do something with his mom. I wish he'd come up here and tell us
I've
some
missed
stuff.
you a ton. But yeah, so I want to do that. Yeah, I just have do solo. Oh yeah. So yeah, I mean, I do like to have somebody. So even on my videos, I might, if any of you guys are interested in co-hosting with me, that would be cool too. Yeah, I don't know. But so videos hopefully will be coming.
So you're gonna make you're gonna do your own videos to go with the story.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be good.
Like, you know,
gotta,
like Annie and
put
those
them
guys
forward
do.
and bring
Yeah.
them up.
I'm kind of nervous about that though, because like I was telling Vapor last night, I didn't even know that you could go live on YouTube until I found you guys.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had no idea. I was just sitting here like watching, just watching all the YouTube videos. Like for some reason, I didn't even I don't know. I didn't even think about like live YouTube. Like I think about Facebook Live. I think about, and then I did know that you could go live on Instagram, but I had no
I
clue
just
about
never.
YouTube.
Yeah, I never. I don't know. Like I'll check Facebook and Instagram every once in a while, but I just never.
I'm the
Just never
best
get
at
on there.
I'm the best at Facebook. I
Just never get on there.
know Riddler has been missing out, hasn't he, Vapor? Riddler, yeah,
gonna-
you weren't there to stop me from
Yep.
keeping him up till 5 o'clock in the morning the other night.
You know, it's funny because I look at like when I watch Scarlet stuff, I usually go to bed like 12 o'clock my time, which is 2 o'clock her time, I guess.
Yeah.
And then the next day, I see it pops up on my feed that she had the live and stuff, and it's 6, 7, 8 hours, and I'm like, holy shit, who the hell could do that?
I know,
And
right?
the last 2 nights, last night was 8 hours, and the night before that was 7, and I'm like, I don't know how the hell I'm sitting here talking about nothing for that long.
I know. Hold on, guys. Oh, Riddler, I gotta figure out how to do this with nails. I'm trying.
Lady V's probably got a cream or a salve you could put on
Lady
them.
V.
Make them.
Lady V can do all the things with her nails.
Man, she's got them nails, and she's got boxes.
I love her nails.
This kind of shape thing and that kind of shape thing.
Those are her weapons. She has 10 of them.
I thought
Not
about
messing
that
with
the other
Lady
night.
V.
You could do one of them. If you wrote on there, no, I'm serious. You think I'm joking? You could do one of them. It could be your.
There we
I
go,
can't do
Riddler.
this.
I'm gonna go run and get a drink. I shall return in about 1 minute. Go check the front porch, see if I got that.
No, I got the link.
Yeah, there should be an app for StreamYard because
Yeah. Yeah, the only reason I knew about Vapor's channel is through Discord.
Well, I was only doing it because everybody,
I know.
is waiting
Yeah.
for Scarlett to come back. I mean, there's, I mean, so the only people I really cared to talk to anyway were the people that is in our group,
Yeah.
that go on her channel. I'm not trying to start a channel. I'm just doing it to fill time until
Right. Right. Oh my gosh.
Lady V, are you still driving, or are you in Virginia yet?
I'm just glad that I'm not planning on. I think tonight's just going to be one of those nights where I just take a shower and they get what they get with me. I'm not going to put in a huge effort tonight. I
Are you
haven't
gonna
put in.
go live tonight?
No, I'm going to a show
Oh, okay.
because one of my friends is making their debut
As
in their performance life in the
that's
drag entertainment.
cool.
Yeah. So she's one of my old coaches at Orange Theory at the gym.
Hmm.
Oh my God, it's 5:30 here and it's already dark.
Well,
I
yeah.
hate I hate it.
Girl, I know, right?
Ugh,
Yeah.
literally.
I get to work at 4. I get to work at 4 and it's dark by like 5. Or getting dark, and then it's definitely dark by 5:30 or 6.
Lady V still driving?
Damn.
Oh my God, I'm not a good car rider. Put me on a plane. I'm like a 2-year-old. Mm-mm-mm.
I agree to a point. I've driven from here to Ohio and Ohio back to Tahoe, and it's not fun when you're
I hate it.
no, and
It gets old.
yeah, and I'm surprised I didn't get any speeding tickets because I can't drive under. It's lucky if I can even stand to drive under 100 at most times.
Yeah. You know how many
So-
tickets my dad had in his lifetime?
Probably none because he knew everybody.
No, he literally, they had to do collections. So after the gas got hauled, they literally started, like I say, going out in different directions. State. He put over 100,000 miles a year on the vehicle.
Jeez.
When they run his DMV at one point, it was over 180. So
How the hell do you still have a license?
he had a guy named Roger Page who he was the only guy that owned a refinery in North Carolina. Most of them in Louisiana, and he had a guy in Raleigh that for X amount of dollars, this is before the days of computers.
Okay.
For X amount of dollars, he would go in your file and clear it every once in a while. He had I guess he just bought his way out. I don't know, but he used to ride fast. I mean, he had those you remember those Cadillacs that were 4-door? They were 30.
They were land yachts.
Yes. He had one of them, and he'd have that cigarette and an arm hanging out the door. And I mean, it was just, that thing would be humming down the road, brother. He moved.
The Riddler is back.
He sure
Oh,
is.
I was on mute. I said Riddler. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
It's been
look at this
84,000
guy.
years.
Well, good to be back. Missed y'all. Been busy with mother lately,
Oh,
filling
my.
out all these forms and insurance and getting her signed up on. She didn't understand how it worked. Not direct deposit, but where they debit out of your account monthly, for a light bill. And I said, there's going to come a day you got to go to the
auto pay.
hospital.
Auto pay.
Well, yeah. And I said, there's going to come a day you're going to have to, you might be in a hospital for a while. And I said, we need to put you on auto pay on everything that's essential. And she's from the old school, bless her heart. She's 89. And she loves watching these crime channels. I put them on for her downstairs. And she's watching the one here in our hometown where the Britigan Garner girl.
Oh, yeah.
I think her name. And now that Jose Bias is here. And,
she has been extradited back to Florida, hasn't she?
Oh, yeah, she's got Jose Bias now for an attorney.
Okay.
And, of course, that's the guy that had the Aaron
Didn't you say that
Hernandez.
he's one of the? Didn't you say he's one of the best ones in Florida?
Well, I don't know if he's the best. He can't do a DP case. That's the holdup
Oh.
right now. He can do because they're going for the DP on this one, but he's doing. He did Casey Anthony's case.
Oh.
Remember, he
Okay.
won.
Yeah, that I'll
Mm.
never forget. Remember, I'll never figure that out. As long as I live.
Yeah. So now he's got.
Yeah.
So now she's hired him, and her parents are multimillionaires.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be her mom and stepdad, I believe, but they're multimillionaires, and we'll go from there. From what I understand, the state has over 100 witnesses.
Oh my gosh.
That's what I heard on the news. Of course, you get more from local news than you will.
Sometimes that can be bad, though. I don't know this case, and I'm not saying it is, but having cases being simple, you know what I mean? And sometimes prosecution will overdo it.
Yeah, they can
And again,
overplay
I don't
their
know the case
hand.
you're talking about, but I'm just saying.
Well, what they have to prove in this case, and that's what I was telling my mother, it's going to be difficult. They got to prove that she was spearheading this and conspired it and paid this gentleman to make
Oh,
the hit.
yeah.
Because this was a hit. And
Yeah.
when he got,
Riddler.
yes, sir.
Is this the one that you were talking about on Scarlett's channel a while back, where she was in like Washington or something, and her
Microsoft
husband was
girl or
yeah,
something?
yeah, and he had the
Yeah,
child in the
yeah.
car also.
Okay, I
Yes.
followed that.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, they were married, they moved here to Florida, and they lived out at the beach.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, she started seeing her trainer. He claimed that she committed adultery, and she claimed she didn't. And her whole life changed when she met this guy. Well, she's no longer with him. Now she met this other guy, and they got married, and he got married. And they thought, well, everybody says, well, now they're going separate paths, but a thing can happen. And she keeps hitting him every month for something.
Yeah.
And she has been known, there's witnesses says that she comes in and she goes, I'll pay anybody that can shut somebody up for me.
Mm-hmm.
And she has gone the gym, the bars, the clubs, everywhere. And that's what I think they're getting their witnesses from.
Yeah.
I think she thought after her, I don't know if it's her boyfriend or whatever, did they try him first?
Well, they don't have anybody tried yet. They've got the hitman arrested who actually pulled the trigger man, and they got her and her husband arrested.
Yeah. I think what I was trying to say, I think she thought her husband, somehow or other, I thought he was going to take the hit, and she was just going to slide to the side. But
what I don't know is who's going to be his attorney.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
They're not married.
Right, they're married, but I don't know if they're going to be tried to get. See, all that hasn't been worked out yet, and the judge dropped a bombshell on Jose Baez. Says you qualify to do a DP case, and the answer was no. So he's got to. How do I want to say it? Jose
Kelly.
Baez,
Kelly. Oh my God, I forgot.
he's either got to take a test. I mean, I don't know how simple it is to get that, or how hard it is. Or is he going to bring another lawyer on with him?
I sent Kelly the link a while ago. I think she just got it.
Okay, I was going to say I was just about
What's
ready
the
to.
latest on Delphi and counsel assignments and withdrawals? I mean, who's going to represent Alan? Do we know?
I don't know.
No.
I heard they were pulled off, and then I heard they were saying no, we're not getting pulled off this. You didn't have the right to do that, the judge. And then I heard.
Well, I think she's getting in trouble.
Yeah, I'm saying then she had somebody else. So I don't know. I think personally, I hope he gets to use those lawyers that he had. But at the same time, I don't know, and it's going to push the trial back forever.
Yeah, and she totally. That whole thing was not right, and it's going to delay the trial.
Yeah, you'd think they were in South Carolina the way they did it.
Speaking of South Carolina, anything new on the Murdaughs? He getting a new trial?
They have
Yes.
stated back to the court it was in, and he is which means there's going to be an investigation into the lady that was clerk of court to determine if there's enough evidence of her tampering or what, not tampering, but
Tampering with
I
the
have-
jury.
I haven't done the I haven't heard the legal.
And they're
speak.
not using
Did
Judge
she do
Newman,
enough
which
of
is
those jurors
BS.
that she changed the very outcome of the verdict? Possibly.
All I can remember is when I was on the jury, we weren't allowed to talk to anyone about the case, not even another jurist. And we weren't
Before
allowed
you went and deliberated.
Yeah, before we deliberate, we were not allowed to talk to each other. Matter of fact, lunchtime I went off by myself and ate, so nobody could accuse me.
Once you go out of
Oh,
the jury
yeah.
room, you in the jury room, you talk to your co-jurors, but once you leave that room, you ain't powwowing.
Yeah.
But we sit in the jury room. We could talk about the weather, things like that, but we could not talk about the case
Right.
at all. And nobody was allowed to talk to us about it. We can't watch the news. We can't read a newspaper. And I followed the rule to the T. And I said, I can play this game, see how it works. And it worked. And it was the best way.
It did for us. Riddler, we had a case that there were several young kids in a housing project. The law enforcement pulls up. They all run around the corner of the house. Well, they took one guy out of about 6 and said what they found around the house, and you can imagine. They said this is his. Well, where I stood, no, and you can't put that in his hands. And maybe you're 99% sure and you think, but if you didn't see everybody running around that corner and you didn't see him pull it out of his pocket or whatever, you can't prove to me that that's his 100%. But before we came to a verdict, they agreed to a plea where he would get probation for so long and take a guilty plea, but of a lesser sentence and blah blah blah. But I was not going to convict him. I said, "No, you seen him run around the corner. There were 6 other guys running around the corner. No, you got to do better than that."
Well, that's what puzzles me about the Moscow case there at 1122 King. They're going to go in there and do a video, but they said they're going to do audio. Well, you're going to get a different sound now with half the walls missing and the floors ripped up.
Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah.
stopping the sound whatsoever. But that house was loud. I've seen a video somewhere where the girls are taking Instagram little short thing. I don't know, but it was loud. You could hear every step. You could hear the almost the echo because of all the wood floors and what have you. And in my mind, I got to think you could just about, if you were upstairs, you could hear your friend downstairs if they were.
Well, we were on a channel one night late, and I cannot remember who it was. This was back when the first happened, and a guy said he used to live in that house.
Dave.
And
Was it Dave?
I don't know, but some guy said he used to live in that house. He said you could hear everything in every room.
No.
He said now that bottom floor was tough, down there, that number 1 floor, I call it.
Yeah.
Some people call it a basement. That room he said that room, if any, you might not be able to hear everything, but if you're on floor 2 and 3, you'll hear everything.
Yeah. I think the bottom floor actually has some, it's graded where the sidewalls might have dirt up part of the way. Am I right or wrong?
The whole thing looks like it's built inside of a bunker.
Yeah, I'm saying the bottom floor, though, the grade is such that it comes up about halfway up the wall.
Oh, yeah.
The 2 and 3 are totally exposed.
What's crazy is one minute you're walking down a hill to get to it, and then you got to walk back up a hill in the yard.
Yeah, they made that house up as they went along.
And I'm figuring, well, I thought the state was ready. Evidently, they're not. If this trial should have been held back in, what was it, a couple months ago? Well, it wouldn't be doing them any good now to go inside that house.
Former jury here for them. Crime sleuthing is here.
Yeah, I see that.
I sent her a note the other day. Y'all know that some of her material was used by Nancy Grace, and I told her, I said, I might drop a rumor around the TC community that there's some people that are envious. I said, I might drop a little rumor that Nancy Grace sent her a thank you note or something. Used to make all the jealous people that much more jealous.
I saw that. I watched Nancy Grace, and I think it was called Xana's Mom Speaks or Talks.
Yeah.
And I figure, I said, she got that from Crime Sleuthing. And there's other cases. I mean, I can remember back the one in Savannah, Leilani. I can remember some people took pictures of
Quentin
different places.
Simons.
Yeah, Quentin Simon. I can remember things from that case on Fox. And they go, Crime Sleuthing snapped this picture. And they're finding out now that people, they can get news from 24/7 now. Anybody can now with YouTube. All somebody has to do is walk outside with a camera and upload it and send it in, and it's on the national news. So we're all Zapruders. Abraham Zapruder. Everybody know who he was, right?
Yeah, he did the Kennedy.
He was the one that had the Kennedy. Right. He set up his camera. He probably had the best angle from ones we've seen.
That
What
has
was-
probably got to be the most watched piece of film in history.
Oh, I agree. Well, it's called the crime of the century, but you know, when he got that, a friend of his says, go make copies of it now.
He should have.
And he did. He made
Oh,
about he made about 4 or 5 copies, and he gave one to the Secret Service, one to the FBI. He kept one. Probably the guy that made it for him probably kept one. But anyway, he had different ones, and of course, the Secret Service, they cut certain frames out. You know, stuff
Yeah.
they didn't care about seeing, they cut out.
Anything that didn't fit the narrative they wanted to portray.
Yeah. I think
Right.
the agent that pulled that weapon up out of back, I think he could have been one.
That's what I think happened on the second
I
that fatal
actually
shot
believe that 100%.
when he pulled up with that M16.
That's right. He raised it right up and went off. Vapor, you know a lot about that. What do you think?
About which part?
The Kennedy part. What's your thoughts? Or do you have any?
My thoughts are that Oswald didn't do it.
What?
I don't think Oswald did it.
Really?
Oh, back then, 90% of America didn't think he did it.
I don't.
So what
I don't.
happened? Like, why do they think he did it?
It's a
Did
long
media-
story. It's a
did
long
media-
story.
Way
Did
back.
Did media just get a hold of something and run with it?
No, media, media got given the government's, the whole Warren Commission and all that, and the investigation, and the media did what they were told to do. Back in the 90s, there was a series called The Men Who Killed Kennedy, and it's a 10-part series. It's really, they go into a lot of investigation, and they think they nailed down who they thought was the guy that might have been on the grassy knoll and all that stuff. But I'm not quite sure, how if I believe it now after watching it. I kind of believe that, but I even from day one, I never believed that Oswald was the one that got that fatal shot. If he was there at all, he might have got one shot off or something. They've had reenactments to see if that rifle could actually shoot that many shots that accurate in that time frame. And, they've had experts do it. But
Come up with.
yeah, I'm not going to say that Oswald was an expert at shooting by any means. I mean,
Right.
I don't know. But I just don't think he did it.
Kennedy had it during that era. Kennedy had tons of enemies.
Yeah, he did,
Oh, yeah.
especially
Yeah,
the
he was gonna let
CIA
the
and the
CIA a
FBI.
whole new bunghole, and I mean,
Well, the Bay of Pigs, and
yeah, he's
then he
put on-
had. Then there was this guy named Jimmy Hoffa, and he's getting scorned by Congress, led by Bobby Kennedy.
Yep.
And Hoffa calls back the mob and says, I thought he was our guy. We got him elected. He asked us, his father asked us to swing the election, and they could do it. And they got the state of Illinois for him, who always went to the other party. And all of a sudden now they feel betrayed. So there's there were a couple of gangsters, and some of them are living today. Will tell their story on YouTube that there was more than one shooter there, but one guy did the shooting, and Oswald figured it out. They're going to shoot me next.
Yeah, he
And
played right into the perfect patch.
right, and he was trained. He went to a militia camp in Louisiana, and he learned. I mean, he's all connected with those guys.
Yeah.
And Ruby. I mean, you just see
Yeah.
Oswald before he can testify. He gets shot by a guy named Ruby,
They played
who's another mobster.
That's what Lady V said. She said that's why Ruby killed him.
Right before he could talk.
He
Here's
had
the interesting part that people haven't checked into. While you're in jail, you get to make phone calls. Who was Oswald calling?
Right.
He was calling people in, I want to say, the state of North Carolina, but he was calling somebody there. And that's going to be one of the things. Who got him the job there at the book depository? Who got him some lady got him the job, but I mean, what I'm trying to say is, and all of a sudden they're going to bring the president of the United States right in front of him.
Right.
Yeah, and he comes to work that morning because he was separated from his wife. He came to work that morning, and the cab driver said, "Man, what do you got in that package?" He goes, "Curtain rods." It was his rifle.
Oh
And
God.
if you ever sit in that Deli Plaza there, and you sit in that school, which you can go up there now, they got it
Yeah, it's a
glassed off.
museum.
Yeah, if you look at it, you say, "Why didn't he shoot him coming towards me instead of going away?" See, but there was a young black man. He was like a teenager. He saw Oswald up there in that 6th floor, and he told him who it was, but they wouldn't take his testimony because he was young, and probably because he was also African American.
Yeah.
But you can't tell me that Bobby Kennedy's assassination didn't have anything to do with the same organization that got rid of his brother.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sirhan got he got
right.
hit for that one.
He had been
primed and
mentally.
And the mob wanted to watch all that stuff. The Marilyn Monroe, they got rid of her. She was She was going to squill on the Kennedys. She claimed that she had to get Bobby talked her into getting an abortion. She was having an affair with the president.
Joe Kennedy.
And
high legendary.
Through the mob.
Right.
Oh my gosh, I'm so glad you guys are all coming
Bobby
up.
turned on him and, swore on the mob, and they were pissed.
And they got pictures of John and her together sitting on the floor by a bed, and they tried to get Marilyn Monroe. They were going to give her bigger money and a bigger push if she can get Kennedy in bed with her, because they were going to take pictures of it. And they would always have
isn't that affair kind of a known thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was in the days where reporters, personal stuff they didn't.
Isn't she the one that sang "Happy Birthday, Mr. President"?
That's her.
Okay, yeah. I mean, that's like common knowledge that they were.
Yeah, it was a different time. Like I say, the media respected off-limits personal things. All the media knew it.
See, she used to be married to a Yankee baseball player. He's called the Yankee Clipper, Joe DiMaggio. And she called him.
Wait, she was married to Joe DiMaggio?
Yeah, Mr. Coffee.
Also, to the playwright, what's his name? Kind of a weird guy. He was almost homosexual. A lot of people thought, but she got along with him, and he was a playwright. He wrote a lot of screen.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
But allegedly, she made a phone call to him that night crying. So he called
Joe.
Yeah, she called Joe before she passed away. She had called him, and Joe said he called Frank Sinatra up and says, "I can't make heads or tails what she's saying," because he still liked her, he still respected her. And
he was totally in love with her, and it just kind of fell apart, and he was heartbroken.
Well, it's just they were two different people. And so he calls Frank Sinatra, and Frank says, "You don't want to get involved, stay out of it." And a couple of days later, she's they found her, and they blamed it on a drug overdose. But
said she had it up her.
But that might not be the case.
Well, according to the guy who's on the YouTube, who's Mob Boy, he says no. We have a doctor that can do certain things where they can't detect, and I don't want to go into what it is here, but there's certain things they can do to a female, and over oxygenate through a certain area, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so anyway, and they said they'll never discover it. And so anyway, she comes up. Bobby's gone. John's gone. Martin Luther King's gone. I thought the country, and I was just a little boy back then, I thought the country was going to go into a turmoil riot, a civil war.
Oh yeah, I think it very well could have.
And
Yeah,
well,
they're trying to pass the civil rights bill too.
And see, John Kennedy says we're not going to get involved in Vietnam. And that made a lot of people who had already got invested into it says, well, we're stuck here with billions of dollars. And you're talking about a Bell helicopter, Boeing, all these type people, Grumman's, everybody that makes anything for the Department of Defense, AT&T, the whole works. And so Johnson gets ready to go into office, and he says, I'm not going to send American boys to do what Southeast Asian boys should be doing. Next thing you know, we got a draft, and we're so involved in 67. That thing really got big. See, Kennedy passed away in 63, so now Johnson's the president. Yeah. But Kennedy probably got more accomplished in his 2.5 to 3 years as president than any president I know of. Look at the space race. He had the, what was that, Peace Corps? He turned back Russia. He turned back Russia on the Cuban War Missile Crisis. My brother was in the age group where they had the draft, and I can remember watching TV. And I've told everybody before, he was an old hippie. The nervousness, and he didn't. I don't know remember how they did. They pulled numbers or cards or something, and he was not. He got the best draw ever to not go. And kids were rebelling then, but he didn't get drafted. But if he'd have got the wrong card pulled, he would have got drafted. Every night there's a riot in Chicago, Oakland, Van Nuys, San Francisco. Yeah, every night there was a riot, and that's when that peace, make love, not war, and the hippie movement. That's when my brother drove my dad crazy. Long hair. I mean crazy. When are you going to do something? It's enough of this shit. They would. I don't know. I have a buddy. He's ultra conservative. As a matter of fact, he's buddies with Ronald Reagan, and he was like the number 3 man in the campaign with George Wallace. And I used to go up to him all the time, and I would act so far to the left. I go, Jesus was a liberal. And Jesus was a hippie. And I said, he believed in free health care. He didn't charge anybody to be healed.
Oh, my God.
And I said, he fed the poor, and he believed in high taxes because he said, give Caesar's what's Caesar's and my father's what's his.
Oh, my God.
This guy went through the roof with me. I thought I was going to get executed. But he knows I was joking later. Yeah.
Hey, Riddler, check back chat real quick before you leave.
The guy that took Kennedy's place, I can't.
And do your nails?
He was a character.
I already did them, but they're falling off.
Oh, no.
Yeah. I didn't know if you were here or gone. I totally forgot.
Agnew.
Yeah, I don't go into Discord. I'll see if somebody.
I've got it. I think I have your email, Riddler.
Bye, Lady V. Thank you.
Thought I typed it out for you. Hold on, let me try it again.
I've got it.
Yeah, okay. Well, if you want to send it to Vapor, yeah, go ahead.
That was someone honking.
Me and Vapor got to do something here after a bit.
But the Jimmy Hoffa story, that's another one. Then he comes
Yeah.
up disappeared. All this is all around. Well, I guess Hoffa came up missing in the 70s, but they're all interconnected each other. And all those people that are connected, they're all gone. Mysterious. There's controversy, conspiracies.
That's when the government and the CIA got in the middle of everything.
Well, that's also one of the things when it's such a huge thing and it gets to be so far back in history, all of the the players end up dying off, and now you're really just never gonna get you're never really gonna get the truth from a firsthand account. You might get stories from people who heard this or heard that, but you're just never gonna get you're never gonna be able to get a firsthand account anymore.
Well, it's just like 911. Look at all the conspiracy theories that came out of that. Well, those planes hitting up there in New York and DC.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there's people still today believe that those planes never hit those buildings.
Yeah, Melissa Jade, absolutely. She went to the thing, man, and I thought, man, surely she don't believe all this. And I like her. She's somebody that likes it. But she absolutely went through the whole rigmarole.
Well, I can tell you, we stand alert. The unit I was with, we stand alert. Most of the time, it was we stand alert mainly for the Soviet
There's
bombers.
Jujubee.
They come over the top of the North Pole and they go down to Cuba. And they wander in our zone. They mainly want to fly over and take pictures of new ships coming out of Norfolk to see if there's a new antenna put on there or a new pod or some modification. And so they go on down into Cuba, but we have to escort them back off the coast because they come and they want to see how quick we respond and where we're responding from. And then the other one is airliners. And we used to practice with airliners. I remember, I believe it was Delta would fly from Atlanta and we would follow it all the way back here to Jacksonville. And it was a free flight. Anybody wanted to fly on Delta, it was a free flight. And our planes just escorted it back down. It lands on the ground. And then the Army choppers are around it. Like I think they were Cobras or Apaches back then. I can't remember. And then they go on and they act like they're going on board and getting the people off. That was a case. There was a aircraft that was hijacked, and they said that'll never happen again. I'll never forget that. That'll never happen again because we got too many security measures on the ground to stop a DB Cooper.
Yeah,
All right.
Okay.
So, and they took all of our missiles away and our alert away. And the only place we stood with the loaded aircraft, we call them hot birds, was down at Homestead. We had a little barn down there, and we had airplanes that were on 5-minute alert. They're hot, they're fully loaded, and they're fully gassed up. Even got spares in there for them, and because of Cuba. And the only other place was Alaska. So everybody else, nobody had loaded aircrafts. And this happens. And it takes a while to load up an aircraft, reprogram the computers, get the pilots all in there, get them ready for this situation. And of course, the other thing was we would intercept drug planes coming in. And they didn't need missiles to knock them down. They can either do it with a Gatling gun. They didn't need that. They just get in front of them and hit the afterburner and flip them if they wanted to. But they would tell them to land, and they got to land. So that's what happened on 9/11. We got caught with our pants down because we didn't have an alert. And if we had an alert, but I always asked every pilot, if you had to shoot down an airliner, would you? And every one of them would tell me, let's just hope that never happens. They would never give me a straight answer.
Right. Well, that's yeah. So I just had an alert well, not an alert, but I had a notification pop up. I guess Sweet Misery is doing a live right now, but I didn't know the live is about Chad Daybell has a motion to dismiss the death penalty. I didn't know he had one. I didn't know he had a motion out there.
I saw that earlier. Somebody had one about the, I want to say it was Alex or Allie. Some people call her Allie.
Alex Erickson.
Yeah, I think she's doing one on that. I think, I'm not sure.
I thought she was doing Letitia. Is that? 'cause that's what she has been doing. Riddler, you can check that and verify it's correct.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and when you Vapor, when you bring it up on Compose, like in your email, it'll actually, I think it'll probably pull that name. You type in a few, you know what I'm saying, and then it'll all pop up. And the name will actually be over the.
Yeah, I got you.
It's it's hard to explain. But you know
Okay.
what I mean.
Yeah. Just I don't know how long you were been in chat or whatever, Riddler, but we're gonna probably do an anniversary live for on Monday night for the Idaho 4 thing because that's the anniversary of it. And
Wow.
Yeah.
Kara,
That seemed like a year.
yeah, I asked
time
Kara.
flies.
I asked Kara if she wanted to do it Sunday or Monday, and she said she wanted to do it on Monday. So that's what I wanted to talk to. That's why I told Crime Sleuthin in chat a few minutes ago. I need to talk to her today because I want to talk to her about it. So yeah, get a hold of me if you can, or we'll talk on.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll get a hold of you too. I mean, I'll send you in your email.
What crime
thing.
sleuthing?
I'll send you an email tonight for the live tonight, and
Okay.
we don't. It's sorry, excuse me. It's just our peeps, you know, from Scarlet. Really, probably don't ever get more than 10 or 12 people in there, but for some damn reason, we found a reason to talk for 7 or 8 hours. I don't know why the hell we do, but
Well,
we do.
we've been on for almost 4 with me.
Yeah, it's
I don't know
crazy
how
when you
that's
get
happened.
talking. I mean,
I know.
we talk about everything though. We
We
don't
talked
get
about golf the other night.
Yeah, we did.
At the end.
Yep. Yeah, we talk about everything, but on Monday it's just going to be a kind of a a dedicated thing for the anniversary. So
That'll be interesting to watch, and I'm looking forward to that one.
it should be. I'm not going to say it should be fun because it's going to suck.
Yeah.
Because and
Well, I mean, I get a. I believe it or not, sometimes I get a lump in my throat because I feel like I'm attached to them now. I feel like I went to school with them,
right.
and I know their families. None of them know me, and I never met any of them. Never even talked to them. But I'm just saying, you see their pictures every day. You learned a lot about them. You watch a memorial for them. I mean, we've been every day. I'm looking on this case. I'm reading through the PCAs. I'm trying to put things together, and I'm starting to get a better picture of it, of what happened. And there's a few things I can't tie in. Was there more than one or just one?
Yeah.
It's things like that I can't do it, but I can see what happened now, going through here. And my biggest concern, does the state have enough evidence, and hopefully they do, to convict someone of it?
Yeah.
Well, like
Yeah.
JC and I were talking the other night, and you're talking about the Idaho case, I assume.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, JC and I were talking the other night, and we were probably the only two people left in
I think we were, Vapor.
in the live, but we were talking about it so much we really weren't paying attention to if anybody was there or not. But I get tired of people talking about that. Well, do you have enough evidence for the? I mean, it's a death penalty case. You got to have all this, and you got to have all that. My point is, this. Okay, the evidence proves you're innocent or guilt. Your crime depicts what your penalty should be. So I don't care what if it's a death penalty or just
Or not.
or not. My whole thing is I don't
Yes,
relate the
Captain.
two. I don't relate the evidence
Mm-mm.
to the crime. I relate the evidence to prove you guilty or innocent. And once you've been proven
Beyond
guilty,
a reasonable doubt.
It
Yep,
sucks.
yours.
It sucks to say that because there is a
I
life on
say
the
it.
line, but on the same token, I mean, you did it. You did it. Like,
Right.
there's evidence to prove it. There's evidence to prove it. Like,
Yeah, I don't
you
Okay.
feel
can't.
that.
Like, once you see something, you can't unsee it.
One thing
Right.
that's kind of got me the whole time, and I've said this a couple times, I've heard all kind of people talk about the SNP DNA and this DNA and that DNA. I have yet to hear an individual dumb it down because you're going to have 12 jurors, and to dumb it down, say, look, here's how it works, though. ABC and then blah blah. 1, 2, 3. It's not complicated. Here's how. Maybe you can't dumb it down, but if they don't and they keep it as complicated, because right now I hear creators, I hear people in chat, people don't know what the hell they're talking about.
No, the
It's
average
not been
common
dumbed down
person,
where the average Joe or the average Sally can
they don't
can
know.
get a picture in their mind how this works. I've done some deep dives and I know a little bit, but I have to go back to my notes. But if somebody would do that, it would make it a lot easier.
Well, like Vapor and I said, the other night, Vapor, what did we say?
You'd have to remind me of which part you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I lost it. Sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
the defense is going to try to put doubt
Yeah.
in the mind, and the state is going to try to, and I'll use a street term, they're going to try to make it go beyond the shadow of a doubt he
Yeah.
did it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And they're going to try to confuse the defense. I think, is it Vapor calls them little liars?
Little liar.
Well, no, it's Ann Taylor's little liar. Jay Logsdon is little bitch.
Okay. So they're going to try to confuse that jury
Yeah.
with different things. If they might come up and says, hey, we've got cases here where people sent their DNA to 1, 2, 3 and to this other group,
And it was
and they came back with different results.
Yeah, 17 years later, we found out we were wrong or something.
Well, they'll just say they came back. This one here says I've got Mongolian in me, and this one here says I got Spanish in me. So which is it? And they're going to do things like that. They're going to show where, and anyway, that's what they're going to try to do in this whole case. And they've got that lady, the defense. That
Vargas is that her name?
Yeah, Vargas.
The Vargas lady.
Yeah,
that's all I know her by.
I think I'm not sure Ann's her first name might be.
She did something on somebody's channel.
Elizabeth.
She did a special one night, and
Truth and Transparency.
That's who it was. TNT. Yep. She did one on her, and if you had to pay close attention,
Bye, Crime Sleuth, and have a good night.
And you could see where the you could see where the doubt is on her, from her point of view. But on the other hand, she's supposed to be an expert, and then on the other hand, the FBI wanted to talk to her the next day or two.
But even when she explains it,
right, she can't.
You're right. You can make sense of it.
She can't get into chemistry and physics that'll go over everybody's head.
Exactly, but and maybe it's a subject matter you can't do that. I don't know, but if they don't, the defense is just going, like you say, get it all clogged up and jumbled upside down, and they'll think they're doing Chinese arithmetic and they're trying to figure it out.
But
the man has a mountain of evidence against him, so I don't know. I don't know if they're going to take that into consideration. Like,
what I think is funny too.
Like, there's just so many things, and Riddler, like we've always been talking, like this cast has got. I don't know if they're done with the cast or whatever, but that cast has to put him in the house. And I said that the other night, and KK, if anyone remembers KK and I's little battle going on, she was like, JC, that cast is going to put him in the house except for the 2 hours that he had off.
Well, the cast may not. What if he didn't carry the phone in the house? He left it in the car. It won't show him going in the house. Now, if he put it in his pocket, all right, now we got he's got a problem.
Well,
but what if it was off?
Here's the problem with that thing. I think, like early on, whatever they present, the videos of him driving around the neighborhood, and then in her cross-examination, he starts throwing out that whole thing that everybody's bringing up. Well, there's no pictures of his license plate. There's no pictures of him actually driving that car. So yeah,
it was non-alibi.
Right. But then later on, if she goes on record with that as a defense for her client and those videos, but later on when the cast comes in, even if he did leave his phone in the car and it puts his phone in that car doing all those movements just because he didn't take it in the house, they can turn right around and say, okay, so you say we have no proof of him in video, but yet here's the cast proving that that was him or his phone driving around doing this just because he didn't take it in the house. I mean, he would have been, I mean, he's already stupid, but I assume he didn't take that
The
phone as
phone in
a
there.
house because, I mean, that's just one more thing you could
For you
drop
to worry
like the
about.
sheet.
Well, I remember what
Wait,
happened in
do you think that he went back to the house that morning to see if he could find the sheath?
Yes.
Yes, because I was going to tell you why. I was getting ready to say it. Danny Rolling, his third victim,
Mm-hmm.
he dropped, once he got back to his camps, he lived out in the woods at that time, and he was in a small tent that he purchased from Walmart. And he got back, he says, oh my goodness, I dropped my wallet. He traces back and even goes back into the house,
Oh my God.
goes back into the bedroom and finds his wallet on the floor and then leaves.
Oh.
Hey, for just a second, I got to jump down real quick. Got to make a phone call. I'll come back in a little bit.
All right,
Okay.
Vic. But seeing that same case, I see so many similarities, and then I see a lot of differences too. There's a guy named Humphreys. I think his name's Ed Humphrey, but I'm not sure. There's a guy named Humphreys, and people said we saw him at that apartment where the girl was unalived, and we've been seeing him hanging there and going into the woods. And he was a student there at Florida,
Mm-hmm.
and he was an expert with knives, and he had told several people I could fillet a human with my knives. That's how sharp I keep them. And he was known for trapping animals and doing this kind of stuff. Well, he got arrested. Now they arrested him for what do you call it, domestic violence with his grandmother. She said he didn't commit domestic violence. She fell down, and they didn't care. They arrested him. But when they came on the news, they show him and the knives they collected and everything, and they carried it to a grand jury.
Mm-hmm.
And the grand jury did not indict. They said there's not enough evidence here. They said, well, don't worry, we got DNA samples. Now we're talking 1991. This is when DNA or
DNA was, yeah.
It's a virgin at that time. DNA,
Mm-hmm.
It's evolving all the time.
right?
Kelly
But
P,
what
I was
they
thinking
sell.
the same. I've always kind of wondered the same thing.
And guess what? About I don't know. It took a while to do it, and it comes out there's no the DNA does not match. Well, they got this thing
Well, that's
done.
interesting.
They got this thing done for University of Florida has one of the biggest homecomings.
Mm-hmm.
And we're right during football season.
Mm-hmm.
They make millions upon millions of dollars. You're talking about packing 90,000 people in a stadium.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about another 20 to 30,000 packed outside the stadium just partying.
Mm-hmm.
And it brings economy to that whole. People go down there at 7 a.m. and
Mm-hmm.
some will spend the night, and some will go there and do shopping.
Yeah,
So it keeps the economy going. So at that time, all night events were canceled. Well, the University of Florida is a thing called the Gator Growl, and they bring in all these celebrities like Bing Crosby in one night, and they bring another guy in another night, and they have concerts, and they pack out the stadium just for the Gator Growl.
Mm-hmm.
It's a concert, and then they got comedians and famous people up there. Well, now they arrest this guy Humphreys, and everything's all good. We can go back tonight. They open everything's opened up. Roll out the red carpet again.
Mm-hmm.
So now, when this comes back in, that it's not Humphreys, everybody goes back to lockdown.
Oh, geez.
Right, and I mean, there wasn't enough locksmiths in Gainesville. There wasn't enough iron for the windows.
Right.
And if you went down there and nobody knew who you were, you got stared at. You got stared down.
Yeah.
I think Mother's knocking on the door. Let me mute.
Well, anyway, he was in there for, I want to say he was in
Hold
jail
on.
for 10 months.
Sorry.
He was in jail for 10 months. And then they finally captured Danny Rawlings somewhere else. He was already in jail for another crime that he committed somewhere else in Florida.
Oh, jeez.
Right. But that's what I don't want to see happen here. And I know we're more modern now, but they had the FBI there. They had the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. They had the National Guard. They activated the National
Yeah.
Guard. They had every kind of law enforcement, highway patrol, everybody down there scouring the woods and even patrolling at night.
Mm-hmm.
But he got out. He was amazing. He left about the same time they arrested that guy. But he
Yeah.
didn't leave. He didn't know that guy got arrested at that time. He left because they came to his camp, and he's coming back from a crime, and he says, "Oh my gosh, they're sitting there." So he saw them in his camp, and he left. And they still don't know they got the guy from that camp. They think we got the guy that robbed the bank because he had robbed the bank because he
Mm-hmm.
needed money to get back home.
Right.
But previous to that, he had committed 3 unalivings in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Yeah.
So I just didn't want to see. I just don't want to see the same thing happen again, where a guy sits in jail for 10 months.
I know. Right.
His name is Mudd, and then he finally, and I forgot which governor, exonerated him.
Yeah.
That's hard to get an exoneration, but he got an
Yeah.
exonerated, and they gave him a scholarship to the Central Florida, which is in Orlando.
Yeah.
But I mean, the guy fits the bill perfect.
Mm-hmm.
The knives, talking crazy. He wasn't taking his lithium.
Right.
And you know, first thing I said on this Idaho thing, I said it's either a teacher or student who is attending or used to attend the University of Idaho. I said that's who's got to be. And I said this
You
is
weren't too far off. I mean,
well, yeah, he was just 8 miles down the road.
and I mean, I was thinking about this today. Like those colleges intertwine with each other. So, I mean, you know,
And yeah,
6
and I
of
was
one,
looking,
half a dozen of the other.
and I was
When you
looking
got
at
2 colleges that's those sizes 10 miles apart, you're gonna cross paths.
right, and when I was looking at the PCA,
Mm-hmm.
I said this is weird. On some people, they knew right off the bat. They wrote down who they were. In other words, they said later determined to be or identified as. And I'm thinking he hit them so hard that you couldn't identify him.
Right.
You had to you had to wait and get a driver's license or something. I mean, you just couldn't look at them. I don't think these people had like 3 wounds in them.
No.
Especially Maddie.
No.
Until I'm told different. I'm gonna believe she's got anywhere from 25 to 50 puncture wounds, and I'm gonna believe that her. I hate saying this on here, but I believe that her face was attacked real bad, her head area.
Maddie's.
Not Maddie. Kaylee.
Kaylee.
Yeah.
Who was against the wall?
Kaylee.
I mean, Kaylee's, and you're saying the one that was
Right, because her wound
to him would have been closest to him if he come beside the bed.
Maddie was probably the closest to him coming in the door,
exactly.
and the other one been up against the wall.
Yeah.
And the reason I say that, at least from the way I'm visualizing everything, is that
I know.
if you remember from the beginning, her father said the wounds don't match.
Yep.
And I like to go back into that.
He could have pinned Maddie down with his knee. And, you know what I'm saying? Leaned right on it. You get my idea.
He shouldn't have said that, but the coroner also shouldn't have described the wounds either. That's just.
Yeah. But I'm saying, if you come beside that bed and you're right
what
there,
she should have said.
He could have took his knee and lifted it up and pinned her with his knee and just literally been putting the sharp object straight down.
Well, he could have had something where he smothered, whether it was his hand, a pillow, or something to smother the screams, also muffle it.
When I first thought, I was like, well, maybe he gagged him, but how could you? In the amount of time, I don't think he would have had time to gag him.
I think they were asleep just a little bit, and I think that gave him the advantage. So,
well, my opinion, what I think happened was when he came in through the back door, the bad guy or guys, I'll just say the bad people or person, went up the stairs and thought he was going into Kaylee's room, and there was nothing there but the dog Murphy.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And that's when she said, I heard him jumping around and playing. And I don't know if that's the other guy trying to push that dog off of him, and he's looking for her, like under the bed and in the closet. And then she says, I heard who I thought was Kaylee. Am I correct? Saying there's somebody in the house. Now he knows what room she's in. So he's going over to that room where her and Maddie were. And that's when he does his evil deeds there.
Right.
And I think when he came back down the stairs, somehow or another, he runs into
To Xana.
And
Xana.
he said, I'm here to help you, so she would relax. Is that
And I think that's where, and that had to be when they say that. Remember, if you remember, was the guy's name Steve Gonzalez? Is that the father's name?
Yeah.
Okay, when he says
I'm here to
there was a
help you.
heck of a fight on that second floor, and I think that right there is where you're gonna see another gruesome place.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In that room, and then he's walking out, and I'm believing, this is me. I don't think Dylan had the door barely cracked open. I think she came on out of that room and saw him, then went back into her room, shut the door, and went into that frozen shock phase.
But in this 3D video that they had him walking down. I thought they had him like walking down the steps and out and towards Dylan, and then he took a right or left or whatever towards back to the back sliding door. But I didn't, but it looked like he was coming from the upstairs when Dylan seen him.
Well,
But
I don't know.
but was he maybe just coming out? It was Xana's room just that much further down the hall, maybe?
Well, yeah. See, he's coming down the steps after he's already done his evil deeds upstairs, and maybe he's ready to go out back out that glass door, but he runs into Xana.
But he runs into Xana.
That's what I'm thinking. That
But-
she's out. I'm thinking she's coming out of the bedroom, saying, "What the hell's going on in here?"
Or back from the kitchen getting her food.
Well, I don't know. It could be something brought her out of her room.
Yeah.
And because now we're talking about 417, 415, somewhere in that time frame. So he goes, and I'm thinking he chased straight across to her room and got her. And then of course, he's got to take out
He
Ethan.
had to deal with Ethan.
Right. And then he's got to go get Ethan as well.
Yeah.
And he's got an extra 7-inch reach now, a lethal reach.
Let me ask you this, and I've thought about this. The girl, Dylan's the one looking in and out the door. So if he sees her and as he goes by her, as he's headed towards that room.
Yeah.
That happens to be on the outside a little bit.
Right.
He would have to get her pushed all the way in and that door shut. So if Dylan peeked out one more time, she's not going to see what's going on. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly. And I'm thinking at this point, he's pushing her in. Dylan's standing outside the door and sees him and goes back into her door. Maybe has it cracked now, and he walks on by.
Could that be when somebody said, "I'm here to help"?
Yeah, but we don't know. Right, we don't know who that was. That said
I'm thinking it might be where he's calming her. No, I'm here to help him. Yeah.
Right, probably acting like a police officer dressed in that dark uniform. And then he goes on out the door to his vehicle or wherever they went and left. Now that's what I'm thinking as of right now. That'll change when new evidence comes out or more evidence comes out. But that's what that's just my theory on what has took place. And I'm going to tell you that K-bar knife, the butt of it, I think they call it the pummel.
Mm-hmm.
That part of it, it'll
it's like a hammer.
If I hit you on top of the head with it, exactly, it's going to give you knock you unconscious.
I have a question for
concussion.
Do you think he had the serrated model with right down toward the neck, or the straight?
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking he probably had
they said different types of cutting wounds. I don't know the exact language, but they were talking about different types of wounds or something. I don't remember. 'Cause,
Well,
yeah,
it depends how. Yeah,
It'll do different as you pull.
right, and it's going to depend who got. Somebody might have got hit 7 times while someone else got hit 30.
Exactly. Or he might have used the butt end on one
It
and
does
not the other.
well, like Vapor and I were talking. It doesn't matter. One fatal is one fatal.
Exactly.
Right.
That's all you got.
Right.
And then we were
A few different types of wounds could prove absolutely that type knife. I mean,
yeah,
you
like
got concussions.
one
in the head
thing could
with
do
round.
could do everything, and it doesn't take long.
No, but I'm saying
Yeah.
you got the end of it's like a hammer. You got a straight, sharp all the way, and then you got some that's serrated about 2 inches from the.
Yeah.
So I'm saying different types of wounds. They can
Yeah.
tell. This probably was, from this. Just maybe turn around here with the butt end of it.
It could mean a couple of things, but all right, guys, I got to get going because I got to get ready for the show. So, but thank you everyone for coming up tonight.
Congratulations with your new channel, and this is the first time I've been on it.
Yeah. Check out my previous videos, and as I say, I'm gonna start the video portion as soon as I feel confident enough to do a video portion. I might have somebody co-host with me, but they won't be open panels, they'll be videos. And then also thinking about just kind of a little like mini series, unique to me type of thing, every other one day of the week or whatever, highlight a LGBT true crime case.
Okay. Well, anyway, thank you for having me up here, and good to see you.
Thank you.
I love your stories, man. I mean, yeah, Vapor, he's in he's veteran as well, and when we get him to come, he told us some stuff on Kylie Rodney the other night.
Thank you, Jujubee.
It's just unbelievable. And
thank you for joining me, Summer. I appreciate it.
Perspective of expertise that I enjoy.
Yes, KK. I'll talk to you later. And thank you to Lady V for coming up, joining us. Summer, thank you guys so much.
I hate Lady V couldn't come up. I think her phone.
Yeah. But have a good night, Wheel B. Thank you so much for joining me.
I'm glad to help you anytime. You know that.
Thank you. All right. Bye-bye.
All righty. Riddler, see you around.